coming soon. Until then, enjoy the vibes.
My baby, your body's on fire. Hey, body's on fire. My baby, your body's on fire. Hey, body's on fire. My baby, your body's on fire.
This one I can do with the jabba. Me, I no get time at the jabba. Dada cover my face, calling me Lavontraye. Biggie man, we know the where I bada. Money, what's it come? Chewbacca, all depend. We can go, ride the wind, and the beat, die for nothing. My nigga, what's it come? Chewbacca, all depend. We can go, ride the wind, and the beat, die for nothing. Make you no say anything when you do, they must commentate.
I can't come and kill myself.
Anything when I do, what they try to they do on my way.
I can't come and kill myself.
Plenty survive we face. Just to make sure money day. All my people that go say I know one buy, I know one buy, I know one payment. I want enjoy, I want jump life, I want buy me food, I want build house, I still want to know. Tell me, money come, what's it come? Chewbacca, all the penny, they get it, ride the money, and the feet, ride the nothing. My nigga, what's it come? Chewbacca, all the penny, they get it, ride the money, and the feet. Different things them happening, schemes and packaging. In a one night for shows I'm juggling, flow like the ocean, my boat I'm paddling. Dada she no fella, that's my bro, my family, bros in chains. When it comes to money, I take concentrate. Like I tell you straight, you are not my mate. If you become mission, I be head of state. But my people then go say I know one fight, I know one time, I know one payment. I want enjoy, I want jump life, I want buy motor, I want build house, I still want to know. Tell me, my nigga, what's it come? Chewbacca, all depend. They can get ride the money, and the beat, die for nothing. My nigga, what's it come? Chewbacca, all depend. They can get ride the money, and the beat, die for nothing. Oluwabana, yeah.
All right. I am so sorry that I am late. I kept changing the time because I was out way longer than what I had even imagined. With that being said, I'm not going to hold y'all much longer, but I am just sharing this out. And I do apologize to my moderators for not informing them that I would be coming live or that there was going to be a time change. So let me do this. Let me hit y'all with one more quick little song, and I'm gonna be with y'all in 3 minutes, I promise.
But if I your body, girl, I don't mind. Cause not only you, they my mind, oh. Girl, you too fine, go light a lie. Me, I know the lie, oh. Not only you, they my head, oh. Yeah, only you, they my head, oh. See, now you, they cause confusion in my head, yeah. Me, I know the lie, you're my fantasy. You're my fantasy. Only you, they my head, oh. Only you, they my head, oh. See, now you, they cause commotion in my head, oh. Me, I know the lie, you're my fantasy, yeah. inside. Is this reality? Oh yeah, 'cause I don't wanna wake up from this dream. Them say something must kill a man. Oh, na, na, na. But if I your body, girl, I don't mind. Oh yeah, 'cause not only you in my mind. Oh yeah, yeah. See you to find me, I know the liar. Now only you in my head, oh yeah. Only you in my head, oh. Now you that cause confusion in my head, oh yeah. Me I know the liar, my me I know the liar. Only you in my head, only you in my head, oh. Now you that cause commotion in my head, oh yeah. Me I know the liar, my fantasy. Now only you in my head, only you in my head, oh. Now you that cause confusion in my head, oh. I know the lie, I know the lie. Only you in my head, oh yeah. Only you in my head, oh yeah. You the cause commotion in my head, oh. Me I know the lie of my fantasy.
All right. I thank you guys so much for your patience. I'm going to go through, I'm going to speak and talk to everybody in the chat. The name of the song that was just playing right there is Fantasy. You will not find it anywhere because I'm the only one that has it. I will drop the link for anybody that would like to continue to listen to it. The only request that I have is do not attempt to sell it, or you will get sued for copyright. So that's it with that. It's not gonna, you're not gonna find it anywhere else. That's it, and that's all. The first song does not belong to me. That is Burna Boy, and it's a live performance. So that is also that doesn't have any copyrights on that particular song. So if you give me 1 second, I will drop the link for the song that was just playing, just so I don't forget, because my mind be all over the place. Hold on 1 second. I hope this thing come up on mute so we don't have no problems. And then for those who, so if you give me 1 second, I will drop the link. Okay, I'm sorry. I had to open up my other tab so I could drop the link for you. Okay, so that's the link for the song that was just playing right there. I know a lot of people asked about that song right there. So that's the link. I try to remember to put it in the description, but I don't always remember it. So if you want to use it for whatever, if you just like to listen to it, no problem. If you want the other song that's copyright free, I'll drop that one for you later on. But y'all know I'll be having ADHD like a motherfucker, so I gotta kind of sort of stay on topic a little bit. And then, you know, we'll open it up because there's some things I want to talk to y'all about anyway. But let me go through and say hello to everybody. And I did put it on subscriber mode only. So for those who are in the bushes, you know, you may have just subscribed to me and you're like, why the hell can't I comment? Why did she put it on 3 weeks only? And I did that because I don't have like a huge mod squad and I don't force them. You know what I mean? There's no demands. They don't have to be here. If there's somebody else that's live, they're more than welcome to be there. So with that being said, I don't want to put too much work on the moderators that I do have, because what I'm not going to deal with today, let me just lay this on the line. What I'm not going to deal with today is I have no problem with anyone having a difference of opinion. I want us to be able to agree to disagree at some point in this conversation. But what I'm not going to accept is anybody who wants to rationalize child molestation. That is what we're not going to do. I don't care about the statutes of limitations in the state. I don't care about any of that. I understand what people are saying, that in certain, you know, states, you know, it's legal to do or have sex or whatever at 16 or 17. That's the age of consent. But when you are in a position such as a pastor, to me, it would be no different if you were a teacher. I have worked at jobs where managers were not allowed to fraternize with employees. Okay. And that wasn't in no medical field at that particular time. So what we're not going to do is we're not going to sit here and try to make this okay because you like a particular person. That's not what we're going to do. But you are welcome to have a difference of opinion. Yes, they are. Yes, they are. And it, oh God, I'm gonna tell y'all. First, I heard it yesterday where it was being rationalized. I saw a lot of women, in chats, kind of backing that thing up. And then that lets me know why so many children are taken advantage of, because you have stupid ass bitches like I've seen in these chats the last couple of days trying to rationalize this situation. So we not going to do that. We're not going to do that, because they say when you know better, you do better. And I would like to think that he knows better, but clearly he has a sickness. So we're going to go ahead into the roll call. We're going to go ahead and get into that. And then I do have a couple clips, and I have a longer video that I'm going to play. But what I'm going to do with that video is I'm going to play that towards the end of the show. That way, for people that might be, that might have to leave out or whatever, I don't want to just hold you with that. You know what I mean? I want to, give my commentary and play the shorter clips. And then I have a longer clip to play for you guys later on. So yeah, we're not going to do that. I literally got physically sick last night from just listening to the stuff that I heard Larry saying, and then also seeing people make excuses because they like him, and then some of them, I don't even know if it's that they like him or that they like Tasha K, or they dislike Tasha K is what I meant to say. So sometimes, people will be, like if they don't like Tasha K, they'll sit here and try to support him to basically hurt her in some type of way. But this is really not about her. And that's what I want people to understand. I will slightly slide into her tonight, but this is really not about her. And that's what I want people to keep in mind. This is not about Tasha K. Okay. So let me go ahead and say hello to everybody. And as I'm going down at some point, I will have to stop. So, if my moderators could just help to make people feel welcome, I would truly appreciate that. And over here, this is a place where we do grown ass shit. You know what I'm saying? It's pretty much chill vibes tonight. I don't know. I may turn it up a bit. I'm going to say some things that some people are not going to like, but I'm not here to please people. And I'm not here to always say stuff that people are going to like. And it is what it is. People have their own platforms, and they are entitled to say what they want to say on their platforms. You get what I'm saying? But since this is my platform, I'm going to say what the fuck I want to say up over here, because I'm tired of hearing all the nonsense. Okay. So Mama Fifi, hey boo, it's so good to see you. We got a Lonnie One Love. Yes, she is coming through with her body butters. Okay. So I know y'all here for one thing. I was about to drop that promo right quick, but I will drop that later on. But y'all make sure that y'all subscribe to her channel, check her out, and also support her business. If you are a content creator, now is the time. As I'm doing the roll call, you are more than welcome to go ahead and drop the links to your channel. Jill, I'm gonna go ahead and I'm gonna put you back up in blue, because I'm not even worried about you being over at nobody else's place. I just hope that they don't come for after you, because like I said, how I'm dealing with it in 2023, people better get with it or stand down is what I'm saying. Okay. All right. So Lonnie One Love, thank you so much, Jill. I appreciate that. I'm gonna highlight that in just a second. I'm on another device, so I'm up at the top. So we have my sis Detroit 313 up in the building. I appreciate your support and your love. It truly means the world to me. Okay, Prima Donna, let me tell you, I want to apologize to you because I was watching I forgot whose live it was. And so I had a call and I had to step away for a minute. So when I came back, I saw that you were speaking to me. But then when I went to go comment, the live was over. So, when you guys see me in different chats and stuff, I don't ever want you to feel that I'm ignoring you or anything like that. But I'm often, on the live, and then I'm also moving around and doing other things. So please don't ever take it as a slight, because I would never do that. You've been nothing but supportive to me, and I just want you to know that. So we have Soul Sister up in the building. She says she wants to do a nasty old piece of interview with me. I don't know what we're going to talk about, but anytime you're ready, I am ready. And probably it would be good to do the interview after my trip to Atlanta, which will be coming up very soon. Okay, so I'm going to skip over if I've already, said hello to you. And then, okay, this says, oh, Shells. So, is that Shells? Okay. How you doing? Okay, so let me go down. We got Jasmine. And I hope you don't mind being wrenched up in blue. Anyone that has a problem with me, because I try to add on people, because like I said, my people be busy. So I don't want to hold anybody up. Just let me know, because I don't want anybody attacking you all just for moderating for me. Okay, so we have Cool Gamer. Welcome. Hold on, let me scroll down. Snooky Stackhouse, how are you doing? Got the MVP up in the building. Vibrant. Victoriously Shay, girl, thank you for telling me about that video, because we're gonna get up into William McCray today, honey. He laid Larry out. And if y'all have not seen it, we're gonna be getting into a little bit of that today. Michelle, Laurie almost skipped over. Laurie, it's so good to see you. Thank you for being here. Michelle's daughter, I was starting to get worried about you because I had not seen you. So it's good to see you. As always, let me just go down. Miss Pretty Wings, hey. Adriana, okay, welcome. Was also asking about the music. So if I got you wrong on a song, don't worry about it. I will definitely get you on the second one. And that song is called Fantasy. Okay. Blondie Queen 55. Hey. Okay, so where we at now, y'all? Ooh, hold on. Okay, I know Jill's was up in here. So Prima Donna, which I know I spoke to her. Oh God, where's Jules at? Because she did a super chat, but I'm not seeing her. Mary W, welcome. OG Beauty, welcome. Look, I'm trying to go fast. I ain't trying to be like some of them content creators, girl. They be doing 45 motherfucking 50 goddamn minutes saying hello to everybody. And you be like, girl, sir, ma'am, get to the motherfucking point. Get to the point. Okay, we got Paulette up in the building. Okay, where we at, y'all? I want to get at least to where Jill's is at. Okay, Empress Lisa, welcome. Ooh. Almighty Isis. Hope I said that right. E. So I know I was talking to you. Oh my, this is not good. Why is it? Okay, CC. Jill's Comfort Zone. Okay, so look. This is what we're going to do. Lorraine, we got you up in here. We got Uncle Claude. Uncle Claude, I don't know if I have you moderate. Okay, you are moderated. Good. Details, welcome. Okay, so look. This, okay, we got Tatiana, bust it down, Tatiana. Listen, Tatiana be giving them people the blues. If y'all not subscribed to her channel, y'all better check out her channel now, because if y'all want a place where y'all can just kind of get the tea and find out what's going on and where it is going on at, she's definitely a place where you want to go to get the tea and find out what's going on. Jill, I appreciate you so much for the super sticker. You being here is more than enough, and you did not have to do the extra, but you did it anyway. Okay, and I appreciate that. We got my baby W Jackson up in the building. We got Uncle Claude. Okay, so look, this is what we're going to do from this point, right? Moderators, do me a favor and just, y'all know how we get down over here. We like to make everybody feel welcome. If you are in Lastanka Jenkins, welcome as well. If you are in the bushes and you cannot comment right now, please don't take it personal, but it's just one of these things that I have to do to just keep the show on the road. You know, while I'm going over my commentary, and welcome Slappy, I may not be focused on the chat as much, just because I kind of want to get out what I need to say without, you know, doing the ADHD S. Hutchinson routine. And then later on, I will look down and we will kind of go back and forth content on that level. So first I want to start with Larry Reid, right? Because he really has been the topic. I'm quite sure most of you all have been following this case, but there has been so much that has been going on. You have him behind Patreon. You got different people under membership. You know, you got phone calls that's being leaked. You got text messages that's going out. You have a lot of stuff that's going on. So I would imagine at this point that you all may not know that everything that is going on. But I think that, especially if you're going to be a content creator, or even a subscriber, and I guess I'm kind of guilty of it because I don't have all the pieces, yet I have an opinion. But I have seen a lot of people basically coming for the victim, but yet the only person that they heard from is Larry. How fair is that? I heard from pretty much all parties involved, every single person who's up on in my thumbnail, this in this picture. I've heard at least a little something that each person has had to say. And I think if you haven't heard from at least a couple of the parties involved, it's probably best to sit this one out. You know what I mean? And it's nothing wrong with sitting a situation out. It's better than speaking and making an ass out of yourself or misspeaking. But I saw a lot of people that were also giving out misinformation. This was happening over at Beefin 313, and this is no reflection to him as far as the misinformation, because he was asking the chat, hey, do you all know anything about this? Did you all, you know, hear this or whatever? And although I do not like Larry Reid, let me be very clear, and it's not personal because I don't personally know this man. But I don't like him. I don't like the way he operates. I don't like anything about him. And based off of what I've been listening to the last couple of days, I really, truly do not like him. However, even when a person was up there who was actually a supporter of WILEY, okay? Any person at this point, and this may offend some more people, anybody who's a supporter of his at this point, I'm looking at you halfway crazy. I'm looking at you real crazy, okay? And at the end of the day, you cannot have a level of, I'm sorry, Marley was wanting to get out. So you can't just, because you like somebody. So to me, what it sound like is this lady is listening to Wobble Eye, and that is her source for information. Number one, he's not a credible source for any goddamn thing. So if you're only listening to him and then you're hitting panels and you're talking crap, although I don't care for Larry, it doesn't make it right for anybody to come up there and literally lie on him and say that he said this and he said that when that's not what he said. Just because the content creator is saying that he said it doesn't make it a receipt, and it doesn't make it a fact. We have to start calling things for what it is. If you have a receipt, then you can say, you know what? I know this to be true, or I have a receipt for this. If it's something that you heard and it's hearsay, y'all hear me say it all the time. I'll be like, word on the street is, or according to the people, but I'm never going to come out here and act like somebody hit me up with some fucking receipts for some shit that's hearsay. Now, if a credible source tells me, I'm gonna still say, well, you know what? A credible source said, or somebody that I really trust, you know, this is what they said. But we have to do better. So that had went on over there. So I had hit the link and I was like, look, Larry didn't say that. And I don't like him, but that's just how confusion and misinformation goes around. So for me, I've listened to a little bit of which each person said, but I'm gonna be honest, everything that I heard as far as with Larry, I heard it through King Payne's channel. Now I will say this, some of what Larry had to say was on Patreon. I don't advise anybody to be paying for this type of stuff because, number one, I'm not funding anybody's ridiculous lifestyle or inappropriate behavior. So I'm not giving anybody any kind of money to listen to some bull crap so that they can then do what with the money. So we'll get into that. But King Payne played some of this stuff over there on his channel. So if you want to hear what Larry, I like to call him the other Larry. So if you want to hear what Larry had to say on his Patreon, I advise you to go over to King Payne's channel and listen to it over there for free, so you don't have to pay for it. Now, when it comes to Tasha K has some stuff on her website that she's charging for, and a lot of people were basically dogging her out for that too. But at the end of the day, she's not the person that's in the hot seat, so to speak. No one's saying that she touched anybody. So if she, and I hear what people are saying as far as, you know, if this is what she's going to do and she's going to make money off of it, help the victims. But at the same time, if we want to say that this is a business, we got to treat it as a business. And I personally don't have a problem with her trying to get her coin. At the end of the day, she is $3 million in debt. Yes, she did it to herself. But listen, if that's what she got to do to get her money, and for what I'm understanding, she's charging like, what, $12.99 for her website and for her exclusive content. But Larry charged in $60, somebody said. $60 for what? Hear him lie? So that's what I'm trying to figure out. Okay, so that's exactly what he is. And we're going baby, we're going to get right up into him. And exactly, why pay for lies? So if you can get it, or let's say you just happen to know somebody who's already on his Patreon, right? Or even let's say that you're just so fed up by what you heard him say in the last couple of days. With Patreon, it goes by the time that you signed up. So just because you cancel your membership doesn't mean it cancels what you have access to. So if you've already paid for it and you have access to it with a Patreon, it's an unlisted video. You can share it with anybody. So I advise, share it to your friends, share it to whoever, whatever, and do it like that. Nobody needs to be connecting up and paying, and everybody paying for this money. And I even given, you know, the stuff that I heard, it's like, oh my God, yes, I would like to just be able to listen to it straight like that for myself. But even if fucking Patreon was $1, which is the lowest that you can charge, by the way, plug, my Patreon is $1. I wouldn't give this fuck nigga one goddamn dollar to hear nothing he got to goddamn say. Nothing. I wouldn't give him shit, period, because that's how I feel about him at this point. Okay, so we're gonna go ahead and get into it. So my thing with Larry, now some people might say, well, Shells, you know what I'm saying, don't really come for him like that because, you know, he may sue you or whatever like that. I'm gonna tell y'all how I feel about it. I'm not impressed by his money. I know he likes to run around and super chat everybody some crazy amounts of money. He's basically trying to buy their silence. He's trying to buy their loyalty. He's trying to buy their whatever. And I mean, he's not the only one. You have a lot of quote unquote celebrities. I'm not calling him a celebrity. I mean, he's sort of a celebrity in the YouTube, you know, rim, if you want to look at it in that way. He's been on TV and all that other kind of stuff. He's done some stuff with BT and whatever else. But, you know, people do that. So they do that. They gift people with stuff. That's where the whole thing payola came from. When people paid, you know, DJs and radio stations and stuff like that to pay their to play their music. It's not much different than what you see going on here. And we all know, if you're a content creator, we already know what YouTube is giving. And it ain't giving that much. You get what I'm saying? So a lot of people feel like, hey, if they can say something that's favorable to somebody and that person's going to slide them some money or slide them some tickets or this, that, and that. But one thing, and I'm just going to defend my own self, because I said the other day when I was listening to Conscious TV, I was listening to him and I'm like, oh my God, I hope that's not how I sounded when I be defending Maddie. But the difference with that is, and me and Maddie, I'm not gonna really say we got into it, but she kept saying, like, I don't want you coming to my shows paying. Like, she really got upset with me. But it's not like she was trying to buy my whatever loyalty or whatever, but she's just saying, like, it doesn't look good. You know what I'm saying? It doesn't look good for you to be coming to my shows and you're paying. But I told her, this is what I want to do, because anything that I do, I want you to know that I'm genuinely doing it, and I'm not doing it for the free tickets. I'm not doing it for, you know, a shout out or to be mentioned. I'm not doing it for any other reason other than this is what I want to do, and I'm following my heart. You know what I'm saying? So when she even invited me to be a part of her show, you know, Queen Supreme Court, I declined that because I was like, you know what? I want her to always be able to look, not saying that she would be, but I'm just saying, I don't ever want her to ever feel or think that anything I did, there was a reason behind it other than that's what I wanted to do. And she literally had to really, really, really get on me to the point where I would just come to the show. She was like, I don't need you standing in the line. Do not come here. Do not stand in no lines. You come to the front. You tell them your name, and they're going to go ahead and get you through. She even wanted to hire security for me and all that other kind of stuff. But I told her, I don't want any, you know, special treatment or whatever like that. So, you know, with Conscious TV, I understand, you know, no, actually, I don't understand it. I understand defending somebody that you call friend, but I also don't understand bashing the victim in order to support your friend. And I like Conscious TV. Like, I really, really do. And he may hate me for what I'm saying, cuss me out, and that's okay. Because at some point, you have to right. And I can't call out foul on any other stuff that's going on and then act oblivious, like as though I don't really see what's going on. So, you know, I just think that in a situation like this, if it was a friend of mine and someone is accusing them of something this deep, I would probably sit it out because I wasn't there. Now there's a time when, you know, I did defend somebody against some accusations like that was totally crazy, but they hadn't taken anything to any court or whatever. And I do have an issue with this situation not being taken to court. I'm just going to be honest, but we're going to get into that in just a few, and we'll unpack that. But the bottom line of what I'm trying to say is, I'm not intimidated by his lawyers. I don't care about his connections or who he's connected to, because in this video today, and you'll hear some clips later on about how he basically he uses his influence and connections to try to wear down on people. And I feel like when Jobs was pretty much saying without that, listen, y'all want me and be the spokesperson and do all of this other stuff, but I'm not in the situation that you all are. Y'all have y'all shit basically all together. Y'all can do this. Again, he didn't say it word for word in that way, but that's what I got out of it. Basically, y'all not about in any type of lawsuits and stuff like that. And I see now where people are really wearing down on Jobs a lot, to the point that he's having to put out, court papers, and I mean, they going way back to all kind of stuff. And to me, all of that stuff is a deflection. It is a deflection, because the focus should be on the victim and Larry. It should not be on Jobs and his mama in prison and all of this other stuff. Even Conscious TV defending Larry. People are focused on Conscious TV and they're dragging him. That's a deflection, and it takes away from what happened and what's going on. And that's what we need to stay focused on. So that's what I wanted to say about that. I know that is not the same lawyer. What? I was looking at the court paper that he had filed, where they said he had filed in the wrong place, because the boy's driver's license said Georgia, is what they said, but he filed in North Carolina. I think I might have it still open on my other computer. So they were saying that he had dropped the charges. And so I was thinking, well, if this guy did all of these things to you, why did you drop the charges if he's lying on you? But then it was told to me yesterday, this was why a subscriber said this, that Larry filed in the wrong city. So that's why he dismissed it. But then somebody else said that regardless of the fact that he filed in the wrong city, the guy had responded to it. So why even throw it out if he made a response to it? So it's just a lot of different things going on right there. Okay, so I'm not intimidated, by his lawyers or anything like that. I also feel like Larry sits around here and he tries to so-called give out counseling. That's what I've been hearing him pretty much say the last couple of days. Like, I'm trying to help people. I try to help people that were in need, and it backfired. But did you ever think about helping your own motherfucking self? Because it seems like you need counseling. That's what it seems like is going on to me personally. Now, first Larry says that he didn't know Lavontraye, but now he's explaining to everybody how Lavontraye lived with him and how he had a relationship with his mother and him. But when I say a relationship, meaning he knew them. Larry never once said that him and that boy's mother had something on, or that him and the boy were in a relationship. But that's what was being said over at Beefin 313. It was not said by him, but it was said by one of Wild Eye's supporters, which was just crazy to me. So, my thing is this: Larry does way too much explaining and deflecting for a person who is innocent. You know what I mean? You got all that money and you got all that education, but yet you don't have a goddamn drop of common sense. If Larry had any common sense at all, him, his beard, and his supporters would shut the complete fuck up, because the more he talks, the more guilty he looks. At least to me. That's just how it's looking to me, So I could probably put a poll in the chat. And speaking of a poll, I want to go back to the poll that I put the other day on this situation, asking you all, how did you feel about what was going on right now? So let me move this out of the way real quick. Okay, so I poll up. Now, this was yesterday. I put the poll up, and it says the Larry and Tasha K saga, right? And I said, how do y'all feel about this? Do you believe Larry Reid, or do you believe Lavontraye? Then I also, reason why I deleted the first one and I put this one up is because I'm like, okay, let me give an option for if you feel like you ain't feeling neither one of them, just to be fair. Because like I said, I'm trying to be unbiased. So this is not just about my opinion, but this is the 308 people at this point who had voted. So how much talking is Larry? How is it helping him when 48% of the people feel that Lavontraye is telling the truth? Only 15% of the people believe Larry Reid. Do you know how small of a percentage that is? Now, 37% of the people feel that both of them are full of shit. So let me put here in the poll. I want to put a poll in the live that we're watching right now. Hold on. Slow as I'm typing, You wouldn't think I done went to daggone school for data entry as well. But that was so many years ago. Okay, so here we go. All right, so that's the new poll we're gonna go with right now. Do you think Larry talking is helping him? Right? Because I don't think it is. But I want you guys to be able to have your own opinion and your own input, and we will unpack that in just a bit. But I think the more he talks, the more he tells on himself. I don't know if he realizes what he's saying or what, but he don't have a drop of sense. Now, what he did do, let me move this poll off the screen so that y'all can get into the new one. Okay, so what he did was he admitted to having an inappropriate conversation with this young man. So why are we still making excuses for Larry? Do y'all have any reason or any suggestions to why people are still making excuses for Larry when he's admitting that he had inappropriate relationships with this young man? Now, I heard, if y'all hear that noise, that's my stomach. Y'all gonna have to just work with it, okay? Because y'all know I had surgery on my stomach a couple months back, and I've been having so many issues, so my stomach is making all sorts of noise. So if y'all can hear it, it is what it is. I can't drag nobody else and hide my shit. Deal with it, okay? So in the video that I'm going to play later on, you're going to hear even more about what someone said was going on with these inappropriate relationships as far as the conversation. Oh my God. And what Larry was doing in the process of these inappropriate conversations. This stuff is sick. I'm telling you, it's sick. And people are acting like, well, y'all acting like y'all so appalled. This is the beef sector. Anything goes. No, it doesn't. This doesn't go. This doesn't fly at all. Nothing about this should be going. Okay, so hold on, where are we at? Oh my God. Wow. Okay, so we got 94% of the people so far said that Larry talking is not helping him. And 6% of the people said yes. So I'm going to leave that King Payne up in the building. And somebody please drop the link also too for King Payne. I'm quite sure everybody knows who he is, but just in case they are under a rock, drop the link, please. Somebody, one of my moderators, to his channel so they can check him out. Because like I said, there is no reason to go pay Larry Reid for any information when you can go over there and get it from King Payne. And at the end of the day, if he's giving it for free, then go ahead and drop him a couple dollars. And if you don't have anything to drop him, give him a like, give him a share, give him a support. Baby, the watch time, that's like gold, and that's like money too. You know what I'm saying? That check come on the 21st. So there's many different ways of supporting. If you have some information or you got some tea or whatever, matter of fact, you can slide it over here or you can slide it over there. Whoever you think is fit for the job, slide it to them, but just make sure that you got it. So, you know, money is not always everything. It's many different ways to, you know, support a person. So my thing is this: him having an inappropriate relationship or conversation, not relationship, he's admitting to having an inappropriate conversation with this young man. So in my opinion, that's enough for him to have to take a seat and also be set the fuck down. Because why is it that when you're in church or you're into church, if you're a young lady, you could be an adult, it doesn't matter. But if you get pregnant and you're not married, so you're pregnant out of wedlock and you're involved in the church, you have to be a pastor or a bishop, or you don't have to have a title. You can be in the choir singing, but let you show up at church pregnant, and guess what they're going to do? They're going to sit you down. They're going to sit you down, and you're not allowed to go up there and sing unless something has changed from the time that I was in church. But when I was in church, that's how it was. You got sat down. So explain to me why the hell he's still entitled or he's still allowed to preach. Why is he still entitled to do certain things? He should be set down after he sits the fuck down. Because if it was my son, oh, I would sit him down. And we want to get into Lavontraye's mother. We're going to get into her in this show, and mothers just in general that are leaving their kids with other people, regardless of who it is. That needs to come to an end. Okay, so at the end of the day, what is the difference between a young girl getting pregnant and being set down and him not being set down? Because if the girl is pregnant out of wedlock, I would like to think or hope that she consented to having sex. But with him, he's out here taking advantage and grooming young men and taking advantage of their situation, because he talks about how Lavontraye and his mom were homeless or whatever. And so that's the thing. Now, some people are saying that sexuality doesn't matter and that people shouldn't be focused on Larry Reid's sexuality because it has nothing to do with what is going on. But I believe it has every motherfucking thing to do with what is going on. So let me go to some of these comments real quick, and then I'm going to check the poll, and then we're going to move on. Okay. So it says they are definitely still sitting folks down. It's still a thing. Thank you, Venetia. I hope I said that right. Hope. And you know what? I just started going back. Like, I went back to church one time. I hadn't been in forever. And I was like, I'm going to start going back every Sunday. But I told you I've been dealing with this virus that it's been almost 3 months now that I've had. So I hadn't been able to really go back. But everything that's going on with this whole Larry Reid thing, this is the very thing that has pretty much kept me out of church. It's the hypocrisy. It's the fact of the same members in the church being so judgmental, gossiping and whispering instead of helping people out. It's the same thing of the members in the church turning a blind eye when they're doing things that don't add up because it's Bishop's son that's doing it. You know what I mean? The bishop at the church that I was previously going to, where I got saved and I was a member, his son was taking advantage of the women, young girls that were in the church. And that's why a lot of people are not in the church. They don't go to church because they're dealing with a lot of church hurt. The thing that made me stop going to church was when they said that everybody had to, and I actually did a video on this, I think when I first kind of like started YouTube, so it's been a long time ago, but when they had said that everybody needed to donate money, right, for the, you know, the building fund that pretty much every church has, but they don't ever build a goddamn thing. And so Bishop was saying that they didn't want anyone to do a fish fry or, you know, do a bake sale to come up with the money. You know, he wanted you to step out on faith. And if the money was for something else, you know, that you should go ahead and, you know, pay it and trust that God is going to, you know, give you that money tenfold, because, you know, that's what they do. They use a lot of manipulation to get what they want. And meanwhile, the bishops and the pastors and everybody else, they're riding around in the latest new car. And some of the members at their church is sitting at the bus stop in the damn rain. And a lot of people, even in the church, will go and bypass them, won't give them a ride, but they live in the same neighborhood. But they was just in church talking about loving God and loving Jesus. But what does it even tell you? How can you love me, somebody you never seen before, yet you hate your brother or your sister? So that's what I'm talking about. So the bishop was saying that if you were a married couple, you needed to give $2,500. And if you were a single person, you needed to give $1,500. Now, this was like in the mid 90s. I was heavy into church. I was at church every opportunity that I could be at church. Bible studies, you know, I was there like Wednesday, Thursday, then Sunday, then after church services and all that stuff. I was involved. And I really, at that time, I just was so, like, to me, church was just everything to me. And I love mainly going there for the singing, you know, the praising, all of that. I loved every bit of it. But the more that I was there, the more hypocrisy I saw. The more I saw them asking and wanting and needing money, but not really giving back to anybody, never giving back to their communities. There's a church that I went to out here in the area where I live in, and it was mainly more so like a white church because they don't really have like black churches like that up on this side right here where I'm at now. But even with them, the children who graduate and have their grades over a certain amount, they give them scholarships towards college and things like that. So a church like that, I don't mind writing the check and dropping it. I don't mind my 10% when they have a pantry and they're giving back to people in need. I don't mind when they're pouring into their company. But what all I'm doing is funding your lifestyle. No. I'm not okay with that. I'm not okay with that at all. You know what I'm saying? But then they got the ladies or whatever, or the so-called mothers of the church. They cooking bishop food and cleaning his house, and they doing all of this other stuff. But then yet they nasty to the very ones that sit in the church beside them. You know, I can't do it. So let me see. Mama Fifi says TD Jake's daughter had a baby at 14. And guess what? Most pastors, and I don't want nobody to take this offensive if you know your parent is a pastor or whatever like that, but a lot of pastors, their children are very much out there because a lot of them have had to be or live a certain or portray a certain lifestyle and to try to be so perfect that when they get a little taste of freedom, you know what I'm saying, they get buck wild. And that's what the hell going on. Mary W says, same. Like, if you got all that money, just drive a Honda to church. My God, exactly. And then all the money that they're taking is, you trying to tell me you can't get a van? And then those who may be disabled or may live where the bus doesn't go. Because you got to remember, not every, depending on, because this particular church that I was going to real heavy was in Montgomery County. So out there they have the metro, but then in certain areas they have the ride-on bus. So depending on where certain people live, they may not even be nearby a church. Then remember, a bus stop or whatever. Then also remember that you at church on a Sunday. So the buses are running even slower on a Sunday. They're not running every 10 or 15 minutes or whatever. You know what I'm saying? So it's different from when you're in DC. Like when I lived in DC, the buses run till 2-3 o'clock in the morning. The buses are running every 15 minutes, you know, on the hour. But you out there in Montgomery County on the ride on, you sitting there in the rain with you and all your kids, and the pastor then rode past you, all the people, everybody. I couldn't do it, honestly. It just became too much. And then what Bishop had going on, his son had going on with those women in the church and how everything was swept underneath the rug. I left and I said, even no matter what church I go to, I will never, ever, ever, ever be a member at any church ever again. Ever. Jasmine says, that was my issue, Shelly. The pastor and his family came to church in designer clothing and luxury cars, but they half-assed when time to give back. Exactly. And you know what else? What I didn't like is some of the girls that would come there and they're wearing the best that they can wear, you know. Now, the church that I went to was pretty much like, we don't care if y'all come in here with jeans and a t-shirt, just come. I'm of a different mindset because I didn't grow up that way. I think it's very disrespectful to be in the house of the Lord and coming there with t-shirts and jeans and, you know, all that other kind of stuff. Now, if that's all you have, then I say correct, come as you are. But if you have other options, or when it's time for you to go clubbing, if you have money to go buy new dresses and new outfits, then you can invest a couple of dollars and wear some appropriate clothing to church, because you can go to Ross and TJ Maxx and wherever else and find something for $9.99, $7.99, $8.99. But again, people always buy what they want, and they buy what they want and they beg for what they need, you know. So that's that on that. Okay, so let me see. Let me get like 1 or 2 more comments and then I'm gonna move on because we almost at the hour and I ain't nowhere near it. Okay. Um, okay, so through the eyes of a church girl, come through now with that name. I grew up in church at 9. My family joined a church, and one of the ministers got close to my family. He took to me because I didn't have my father. By 15, he was trying to sleep with me. I'm so sorry that happened to you. And that's exactly what they do. They prey on people who are going through situations. And what I was saying in this situation is that people are saying that Larry's sexuality does not matter. It does matter. And I'm going to tell you why it matters. Because you have bisexual, gay men, transgender, and guess what happens when it comes to them coming out to their family? Most of their families shun them. A lot of their families don't want to have anything to do with them, which puts them in a vulnerable situation. And what it does is it leaves them vulnerable to predators. You know, people who like to hide behind Patreon and things like that. So at the end of the day, I think the sexuality does matter, because I think that, you know, if it was a person who came from a home with 2 parents, or even just, let's just say a mother, and she's a stay-at-home mom or whatever, she's with her son all the time. She's maybe a helicopter mom, like how I am or was with my children, with them growing up. So with a mother like that, you can't really get in with her children like that, because I'm never going to let my kids spend the night with you. I'm never going to turn my back and not see what the hell is going on. So I think by him being homosexual, which I believe that he is, I feel that him targeting young boys who are also in that same position, it makes it easier for him to find victims. Because guess what? They already can't go maybe to their mother or their father, because they already don't want to hear anything about their sexuality. But they can go to pastor, and he's willing to listen. He's willing to hear. He's willing to take them in. He's willing to do all of these different things. So at the end of the day, I think it plays a huge part in everything that's going on. So now, my personal opinion, I feel like it would be easier for Larry to just live his truth and get him a boyfriend, you know, one of age. But that seems to be a problem within itself. But I feel like it would be cheaper for him to go ahead and just come out and live his truth, rather than to be hiding and ducking and dodging, because in my personal opinion, it's costing him more money, and may end up giving him some jail time, because everybody is not going to allow you to pay them off. Everyone's not going to take a bribe. Everybody's not going to be intimidated by you to back up off of you. You're going to come across the right person, and it's going to be a wrap for you, you know? So if he was to just live his truth, I feel like then he wouldn't be in a situation where he's basically funding other people. He's paying people hush money to keep them quiet. But see, what happens when you're dealing with people like that is they will sell you out to the highest bidder. So what happens if Larry's given $1,000, what happens when somebody's willing to give $5,000 for them to tell the truth? What happens then? Your secret will no longer be safe. Okay. Then he's out here, and he done bought people cars and homes. Now, when I'm saying this, I'm talking about according to the streets. I don't have 0 receipts for that. But there was a recording that King Payne put out where it was Conscious TV said that basically Larry bought him a car. Okay. I wouldn't understand what would make any grown man buy another grown man a vehicle. I understand windmilling for a person. I understand being a good friend to somebody. I feel like I've been a good friend to many people in the real world, but I ain't never bought not nail one of them a car, and many of them wouldn't even be able to drive my car. Okay, so at the end of the day, wouldn't it be cheaper just to go ahead and have your boyfriend and live your truth rather than buying cars, buying homes? You know, you're doing all of these different things. Now, when it gets down to the chef slash the soccer player, now Tulsa did a video with him. So if you guys have not checked that out, check out her channel. Now, Larry calls that guy on the phone to kind of back him up with something or whatever. And again, to me, it made him look more guilty. As a grown man, why are you buying another grown man a cell phone? Now, people bashed me when I said that. And they said, well, basically, he's damned if he does. And he's damned if he do. And he's damned if he doesn't. What's wrong with helping somebody out? I don't mean no harm, but if a grown person came to me and told me that they didn't have a cell phone, or basically implied that I needed to buy them a cell phone, you know what I would do? I would politely show them and direct them on where they could go get a Obama phone, because it's not my responsibility to help out any other grown individual with a cell phone. You broke, but I'm buying you a phone, or I'm getting you an iPhone? No, ma'am. Hold on one second, y'all. I'm sorry, I had to drink something real quick. My throat was getting so dry. I've been out today, and just in that little bit of time that I was out, my nose was bleeding and my throat's dry and all of this other kind of, the show must go on. Okay, so the soccer player, who was to me being all extra when he was talking to Tulsa, ooh, send me some pictures. Let me see what you look like. And I'm saying, well, damn, is everybody just freaky and sneaky? You know what I'm saying? And Food Junkie, that's exactly what it is. It's grooming. It's grooming. And guess what? Let's be honest. We even see it here on YouTube, where people who may shout somebody out, they don't want to call them out when they're wrong, because it's beneficial to them to be paired up or partnered with this person, or to turn a blind eye on things that they're doing or things that they said. So to me, that's a problem within itself. There's a lot of people who are subscribers, right? They're subscribers, and yet it's still, they get away with certain things. They get away with certain things in the chat. You know why? Because they running up the CashApp. They running up the super chat. So they running through, and they sitting in the chat, or they're sitting on motherfucking panels like they're the Hong Kong ding-along, running all shits. Why? Because they're paid to get a certain amount of fake support, you know? So at the end of the day, you know, it's not normal. And a lot of times it comes with strings attached when you're out here and you're accepting money from people. And that's why, you know, if anybody gives me, you know, a super chat or cash app, please know my opinions are not going to fucking change because you super chatted me or cash app me anything. And I think it's also crazy that people were coming down on Jive saying he should have returned the money. Every content creator knows when somebody sends you money through super chat, they're the only ones that can reverse that money. It's not, you cannot reverse the money. And even if he could reverse the money, why the fuck shouldn't he motherfucking take it? He super chatted him the money. So what's the problem? What is the absolute problem? I don't see what it is, but I know what he was doing, because I heard that he super chatted Jobs, and then he turned around and he super chatted Jobs another, I believe they said $99.99. So that's $600 in a matter of less than a week. And that's normal to y'all? Y'all think that's normal? I don't think that's normal at all. That's not normal at all. A person doesn't have to tell you, well, I'm giving you this $500 for you to keep quiet, or I'm giving you a $500 so you can sway your opinion, or I'm giving you $500 so you can play dumb. They're saying it without saying it. How often have y'all seen people get $500 super chats or cash apps? How often do y'all see that? I'll wait. What is it that Jobs was doing that was just so miraculous that he needed to give him that? Because and I don't know, I heard that it was a super chat, not a cash app, right? So I feel like if it was a cash app, some people would say, well, do it through Cash App because, you get all the money and all this other stuff. But I also think doing it publicly tries to make him also look like a good guy. But it doesn't make me see him as a good guy. It makes me see him as the low down, dirty piece of shit that I see him to be. I can't even talk now. Lavontraye. Let's say that Lavontraye is lying. That still does not change my opinion on Larry Reid at all. I saw Larry give Armand a $500 super chat too. So where does Armand come in at this? Is he supporting him or is he against him? Because I haven't heard him say anything yet. And I'm not saying that he didn't say anything, but it ain't but so much time and so many videos to watch in a day. So I have not been over to Armand's yet to watch anything. So I don't know if he said anything or not. It's been done in the beef sector every month. Hold up. It is being done in beef sector every month here in the beef sector. Fifi, I can honestly tell you that I have never seen where there's somebody consistently giving somebody $500 through a super chat. Now, are there content creators that's been $400 or $500 a month in cash apps? Absolutely. I believe that that's going on. I have heard that there are people who are paying for friendship and who are also paying for protection. So I believe that, but I don't know that there's somebody that's running around on super chats trying to be seen, super chatting some crazy amount of money through a super chat. Oh, you saw it. Well, let me just say this. If Armand is supporting Larry, then he is no better than WILEY. He's not. Anybody who is supporting him at this point is trifling. And I thank God that half these people do not have any children, because I would hate to think the type of situations that you would get your children into if you think it's normal to support this type of behavior. It's normal to support a man who is basically talking about he has the boys come up in his room to do his feet. Who the fuck does he think he is? Those boys are not nail techs. If you need somebody to do your feet, go and I don't want to hear I'm a racist. Black people cannot be racist. Go let Ling Ling do your toes. Why you got them boys doing it? That's what I'm trying to figure out. So at this point, we're not going to sit here and condemn one person and say, you know what, WILEY is wrong because he's supporting Larry, but then we don't call out the other people. This goes for anybody who's supporting him. You are disgusting. I said it, and you're going to deal with it. And there's nothing you can do about it. Period. You can get mad, you can drag, you can dox, God damn it, you can even file a lawsuit. But you ain't gonna move shit, and you ain't gonna change my fucking opinion. Shelly, if you can, please go take a peek at Armand's title from an hour ago. I'm on my way right this second. Before I even move further. Lord have mercy. See, this is another thing that I don't like about YouTube. And I know this is kind of like, I'm kind of segueing into something else, but people lose their mind behind money. When it comes to money, they will be whoever people want them to be. They will say what people want them to say. They will do anything for a click and a fucking view. And I thank God. And that's why right now, this video is on subscribers of 3 weeks or more. If it was about a click and a view for me, I wouldn't have put it on anything, or I would have went and put it on subscribers of 5 minutes to make people subscribe just to comment. And I apologize again to anybody in the clouds that cannot comment right now. You're more than welcome to leave your comment when this is over. But I just don't need a whole bunch of crazy distractions right now. Okay, so Mohair Adamans. I gotta go to the live. Cardi B, we need another interview. Tasha K upset with Larry Reid over money. Okay, yeah, so he's trying to make it seem like that Tasha K is kicking all of this up about money. Now, I'm gonna be honest. And this goes even down to Tasha K, right? I'm not, and I don't want this to turn into a Tasha K bash session, because I think, again, the focus needs to be on Larry, and it needs to stay on him. It also needs to be stayed on Lavontraye, because if you're going to say something, then also too, come on, let's follow this through. I get it, you're a victim. I understand it, and I'm not trying to victim bash or anything like that, but I just think that these type of situations should be dealt with in a court of law. But I also know that a lot of times the legal system fails us, and that's why people don't want to go the legal route. I've had it happen to a friend of mine with her daughter that was 10 years old, and she got absolutely no justice. So you know what her and her baby father did? They went and beat the brakes off the person that did that to her daughter at 10 years old, which was her mother's husband. Okay, so there are times, and even though she had took her daughter to the doctors and she had been examined, so they saw that that area had been tampered with, but then that's still not, the doctor can't say that so-and-so person did it per se. But however, I still think that person should have been charged. So I get it. I heard that Lavontraye's mother or he filed some legal stuff. I haven't found any paperwork to say so, but let's say that he filed some type of paperwork when he was a minor. That could be sealed, and that wouldn't be available to the public. So we don't, I personally don't know when anything was filed or anything like that. The only thing I found as far as court stuff was what was filed in October of 2022. So that's what I'm going to say about that. But for me, and if we have time later on or whatever, or that may be a whole different show, I will speak on different situations that I have witnessed and why I don't take situations like this lightly. I never have. I've been against this. My first beef on YouTube was over a content creator's whose husband was a registered sex offender. And when I came through and said something, this lady had a channel where she used to sit around with baby dolls over there with her and her husband. But when I stood up and said something, people got mad at me and said I should have never said anything about this lady's husband being a sex offender. Now, here's the thing. How many times have you seen content creators do meet and greets? I'm not necessarily doing a meet and greet, but the next place that I go to that will be outside of the state that I live in will be in Atlanta, right? So what if I brought my husband with me and he's on a list for, whether it be children, whether it be with grown women, maybe he got a rape charge or whatever. So you don't think people should know that information when content creators link up with each other? That puts them at a risk. How many times have we seen people get together, and even my own self, I went and stayed in a house with other people, all under one roof. Anything could happen. So yes, I think you have the right to know that type of information. And if you're proud enough to do the disgusting behavior, then you shouldn't be ashamed for anybody else to know. So that was my first beef, and that spiraled on to many, many different beefs. But I'm always gonna say what's on my mind, regardless of how anybody else's feels. I don't give a shit. So, but when it comes to Tasha, like I said, and I don't want us to get stuck on her, but she was friends with Larry. I'm not friends with him. I don't have to be friends with him to see he's a low down piece of shit. So whoever he was before is the same person he is now. So I'm not really all of that moved by feeling like Tasha's so appalled by this situation at all. You know what I'm saying? Now, Larry Reid even went and did a interview with Tasha K about a year ago where they talked about Kirk Franklin. So why is it that he wanted to tell Kirk Franklin's so-called secrets, but yet he didn't bother to disclose his own fucking secrets? See, sometimes you got to sweep around your own front door instead of somebody else's. And that's what makes me think that when this situation happened with Kirk Franklin and his son, Larry Reid, in my personal opinion, did not jump up per se to help the boy because of he was shunned or he was dealing with a situation and he just needed somebody. No, you had an issue with Kirk Franklin. So you use his son basically as a casualty of war, or either maybe you wanted his son to do some strange shit with your motherfucking ass. And that's how I see it. So at the end of the day, I'm not going to sit here and give Tasha kudos because this was just your friend not too long ago. But at the end of the day, what we're not going to do is focus all of this attention on Tasha and all of this attention on what happened with her and Cardi B. This ain't got shit to do with Cardi B, and this ain't got nothing to do with Tasha or whatever. And at the end of the day, people cannot be mad with her for giving this young man a platform. How many content creators out here would have not taken the story if they could have got it? I thought we were here for clicks and views. I thought we were here to give people platforms to tell their stories. I thought that that's a part of what we did here. So why are people mad at her? But I'm also not moved and impressed by what she's doing. I'm not. Okay. So let's slightly, because we've been on to this for like over an hour, right? So let's slightly go ahead and move on to the wobbly eye monster. And I will be back to Larry in just a while. If y'all got a little bit of time, we're going to kick it tonight. I don't know how long y'all going to be able to be with me. I know some of y'all going to have work tomorrow, but if y'all have to leave at any point, just come back for the replay tomorrow or when you can, because I definitely want y'all to hear a part of this video dealing with Larry Reid, and we're going to get into that in just a second. So now, a lot of new people, I feel like maybe they seem to be confused on the nasty sex demon, also known as Wild Eye. I personally gave him that name. Now, I think it was sometime last year, somebody had sent me some information, and for reasons that I cannot explain right now, I no longer have that information or whatever. But I do know this. I do know that he still owes the library the money, when he tore the library up. If you guys are not familiar with Wild Eye and what he did to the library, don't worry. I got to just get the comments off the screen. I got you covered, because people are acting like, because he has the nerve to talk about me and what I'm doing and whose house I went to and all of this other crazy nonsense. But yet, again, he refuses to talk about his own self and what he's doing. So for the new people who may not be aware, this is what WILEY did. Oops, just said his name, but oh well, Wild Eye. And I just call him Wild Eye because he does have a wild eye. And also, I just don't believe in giving him any free promotion that he's basically starving for. But this is what he did at Dallas Library. And he pretended that he paid them the money. He has not. The person who sent me the information also showed that he had another case that was open, and this was after the library situation. And to that person, I know you may be upset with me right now, and maybe even forever, but I promise you, if you send me that information, I promise to do what needs to be done with that information, because he's out of control. Okay, so here we go for the new people who may not be aware.
Chaos at a normally quiet place. A man in a fit of rage at a Dallas library. That library is in cleanup mode this evening, but damage will set the branch back more than $10,000. News 8's Sebastian Robertson has more on the outburst and the aftermath.
Librarians at Dallas's Timberglen Library are quietly at work.
Little spring cleanup.
Trying to keep their spirits up after an attack Friday that caused so much damage that they're still picking up 4 days later.
We gathered as a staff to regroup because it's been an emotional journey for everyone, very traumatic.
Marcus Finley was there and captured this man, a library patron, going on a rampage.
He's just throwing the computers out, and you hear what he's saying.
That sound, a bookshelf crashing to the ground.
They were trying to just be as calm as possible, but I can kind of tell they were scared.
The video cuts off before he destroys this monitor. That man is 27-year-old Marquise Wiley. Library staff say he went on to cause more than $10,000 worth of damage. Computers smashed, books thrown everywhere. This glass conference room door destroyed. Library staff say he went on like this for the better part of 25 minutes. No police in sight. Officers arrested the man shortly after he walked out of the building. Damage was clearly done, but amazingly, no one was hurt.
The staff in the building did an amazing job. They did exactly what library protocol calls for. They did not engage this person who was being verbally abusive, and they just protected the citizens in the building and got them out through the emergency exit.
As for the 27-year-old behind the vandalism, police say he remains in a mental care facility after suffering from some sort of mental breakdown. So far, no charges have been filed. Meanwhile, cleanup continues for a branch that's still recovering. In Dallas, Sebastian Robertson, Channel 8 News.
Itzy, unless he can produce a receipt that shows he paid it off, the receipts that were sent to me shows that he still owes them the money, and no money was paid. After that, he got involved in another situation, and I don't want to speak on that too much, because like I said, I like to deal with facts and receipts, and I do know what I saw, what was sent to me. But at the time, I was dealing with another situation with another content creator, so I was kind of putting all my focus into that, and I had put the situation with him on the back burner. So I just didn't fully get into it. Like, I did look at it, and I saw he was involved in some other stuff. Now, I'm going to say this personally. I don't think that he did this per se to go viral. I think he was on booger sugar, and I believe it was partial, mental health, also drug abuse, and some other stuff that was going on there. I don't think it was so much over just going viral. I mean, we Tyler smashed the Subway sub down. Okay, she did that, trying to maybe go viral. But this you destroyed the entire library facility. Now, here's another thing. I see him going around from chat to chat, though I have him blocked, but people will put up the comments on the screen or whatever. And so he's been running around, justice for Lavontraye, and this, that, and the other thing. But where's the justice for his grandmother? So let me end the poll that I did earlier. Okay, so the poll that I'm about to end right now was, do you think Larry talking was helping him? 85% people said no, and only 15% of the people said yes. So that is the conclusion to that poll. I am going to, Sam, you know what? Hold on, let me see if I can do something real quick before I do this next one real quick. No, he was not. Okay, so I understand what you're saying, that he wasn't on his meds. He wasn't even taking medication at all during that time. And sadly, like I said, I was maybe the only person who actually stood there, and I was on the phone with him. Well, not on the phone, I'm sorry. Let me take that back, because he'll twist that up. I was on his live that day from 6 o'clock in the morning to about 6 p.m. that day, because I wanted to make sure that he got his medication. I wanted to make sure that he was okay. You know, I had talked to him many times about, you know, mental health and stuff like that, but now he wants to be disgusting, and he wants to turn it into something that it wasn't. You know what I mean? And that just pretty much goes to show who he is as a person. So let me go ahead and do this next poll real quick. Now this one gonna upset some people, but I don't care. Okay, so here we go. All right, so here we go. Next poll. Did you know about his grandmother? Yes or no? Did you know about the allegations of him touching his grandmother inappropriate? Feel free, because I'm trying to understand how we got bitches out here hitting links on channels, basically, oh, I'm a supporter of WILEY and this and that. Well, where the fuck is the justice for his grandmother? Because we keep on talking about Lavontraye, and I'm not saying that he shouldn't get justice, but what I'm saying is elderly people are also vulnerable, fragile, and also should be protected, and they are actually a protected class. So how is it okay for him to violate his grandmother sexually, but yet he's running around here advocating and talking about Larry Reid? What's the difference between WILEY and Larry Reid? I'll wait while somebody can tell me the difference, because I'm trying to figure it out. I'm trying to figure it out. I mean, it's a reason why his peoples don't fuck with him. I mean, isn't he the person out here catfishing people? Isn't he the person telling people to come over and then saying the person that they were there to meet up with had to go somewhere and had something to do, and they'll be back in a little while and this and that? Huh? I'm confused. And see, now okay, hold up. Now I hear what y'all saying about mental health, but everything is not mental health. Some shit is wickedness. Okay? It's just wickedness. Okay. E says, never heard of this before. Well, I'm glad that you are here so you can hear about it from here. Right. How is he getting any kind of support? Now, I want y'all to hear something else. Oh, yeah. Catfishing. Oh, yeah. Drugging people. I mean, come on, y'all. I mean, let's not act like we haven't heard these stories before. You know, everybody's telling the same lie. Is that what you're saying? Everybody's telling the same, huh? Okay. Let me get this off the screen real quick, because I just got something else I want y'all to hear. This may be new to you. I don't know, but we're going to get into it. Okay. We're going to get into it.
How do you feel about the girls in the web reality space saying, Wiley is propositioning me for sex, Wiley is drugging me? Specifically, how do you feel about that?
I mean, that's what people say. And I've never been charged, never been arrested. It's very unfortunate. I know I learned from that. So I typically don't have gay people, you know, in my house that I don't know because of the.
I'm gonna play that from the beginning. I put it in my dashboard, so I can't really pause it on that, but I had to pause that for a second. See, him and Larry, they two are the same. Because you didn't do something, all you have to do is say, you know what, I didn't do it. But when you say stuff like, I've never been charged, those type of statements, make me very suspicious. Because if you didn't do something, you just didn't do it. You don't have to say you weren't charged with it. Because there's a whole lot of people who have committed crimes that have not been charged. Oh, I don't believe I had called his name, but he called my name. I thought he said something to me. And I didn't even have time to really put this all together and put everything together the way that I wanted to. But I'm here. Let me go ahead and rewind this and let's get into this one more time from the beginning, from the top.
How do you feel about the girls in the web reality space saying, Wiley is propositioning me for sex, Wiley is drugging me? Specifically, how do you feel about that?
I mean, that's what people say. And I've never been charged, never been arrested. It's very unfortunate. I know I learned from that. So I typically don't have gay people, in my house that I don't know because of the rumors that people want to start. But he had came over to my house and he was already intoxicated. And then he was drinking again at my house. And then he went and left the house and went with another group of people from the Real Hot Boys of Houston or some other reality show that he was going to do. He went over to their house and he was drinking again. And he just did not remember what went on. And so I'm assuming that, I heard, from people that he went to Atlanta and just spreaded rumors that I put something in his drink and stuff like that, defended me because he came into my home. It was good. And you already know he's a very, very attractive man. And it was a very teachable moment.
And yes, I was just typing it right here. No one has been timed out. I did put it on slow mode. I normally don't do that, but I wanted to make it. I wanted to make sure that when I really kind of got into the chat that I didn't overlook anybody. Nobody will be timed out. Nobody will be blocked for having a difference of opinion. That's not going to happen unless you just come in here trying to attack me, or just coming in here to be off subject and attacking people in the chat and stuff like that. We're not blocking anybody at all. So what does this sound like somebody who's qualified to be speaking on anybody else? Now, the one guy involved in the show did turn around and then kind of say that, he apologized or whatever. But I also think him saying that he was drunk and had been drinking, so he's not really for sure what happened. To me, that doesn't clear him up. To me, it makes it seem like, and a lot of times, let me just be honest, as a content creator, if you're not really a strong person, you will easily change your mind and easily change your opinion. Some people cannot take the heat. Some people cannot take it when everybody's attacking them at one time. Everybody can't take the fact of, they just can't take it. Maybe, and I'm not saying that you should ever compromise opportunities and things like that, but you have a lot of people, especially if this guy was into a TV show, maybe he didn't want it out there or to come across as though he would be hard to work with because of this or that or whatever. I don't know what his reasons were, but even before this guy right here, this is not the first time that allegations has been brought up about him drugging people. Am I lying? Because I don't believe that I am. But yet he's running around here talking about Larry Reid. What makes him any different or any better than Larry Reid? Because just not too long ago, he was actually supporting Larry Reid. Was he not? Was he not? King Payne has a series. Yes, he sure does. He sure does. I don't know if he still has that up. Itsy Bitsy, could you do me a favor? Could you do me a favor and see if he still has that surviving series up? Because if he does, I want to put that playlist or that in the chat so that people who may be new to the sector or not that familiar with him, up so you drop anything in here that you need to drop. If you could possibly find that for me, if you can't, then no problem. You know what I'm saying? I'll try to find it myself because I do have a longer video that I need to play. And during that time, I'll actually have time to get into the chat and also drop any links that's necessary. And welcome Dr. Soapy and everybody else coming in here. DC the Purple Diva, everybody. Appreciate you guys for being here. I know it's late and I know we've been here for a long time, but It's been several times. And wasn't it Wonky Pro that also said that WILEY tried to drug him, take advantage of him? Or was it that he was giving the platform to somebody else? Because somewhere along the lines, I remember Wonky Pro was kind of speaking about him in the whole dropping stuff in people's drinks and so on and so forth. Just like I didn't have time to go get the video of him getting beat up because I was going to play that too. Okay. I'm not for sure what you're saying, Fifi, because you're saying about DC Gate. Hold on, let me see, because maybe I'm. And what's up, Rico to Brad? I can't see you. I think you. Oh no, I see you. Okay, you said it's still up. Okay, thank you. I'm gonna have to get it. Or if any of my moderators could get the link to the Surviving WILEY series, because a lot of that had a lot of these stories that I'm talking about right now in there. He is not qualified to be running around speaking on absolutely nobody. Neither. Oh, he did private it. Oh, okay. King Payne, I'm gonna have to reach out to King Payne because I'm gonna need him to put that video. Maybe he privated because maybe he didn't want to get flagged or something. I'm not for sure. So, but I think these type of videos, and I guess I'm guilty too because I have some videos on him that are on members only. But I put it on members only because I did that with all of my beef sector videos, and most of them, all of them for the most part, will end up being on members only probably by the time that I come back from Atlanta. Some people consider that to be hiding videos and stuff like that, but no, that's a bad look for sponsors and stuff like that. And if you don't have sponsors, I get it. But for me, that engages and deals with sponsors, it's not a good look for people to come to my page and just see chaos and nonsense 24/7. So, or if I do find it and I don't find it during this thing, or he puts it back up, I'll make sure that I link it in the description, but I'm going to definitely try to find it for y'all. So let me look at the poll because I want to see what we have going on here. Okay. So if you have not voted yet, because we do have 140 people in the room, we've only had 52 people who voted on the last poll. The poll is right here in the chat. You don't even have to leave and go anywhere, okay? The poll says, did you know about his grandmother? And what I'm asking is, did you know about his grandmother, about the allegations of him sexually assaulting his grandmother? We have 60% of the people who say no, and I changed to 59 that said no, and 41% this says yes. That alone lets me know that we need to start talking about it again, because that means at least damn near more than half the people didn't have a clue, but he's running around advocating for somebody else's situation. Make that make sense. I'm just saying. Okay, let me see what's going on here. Jasmine says, I heard about it briefly, but not in depth. Okay. I tagged in the video. I see them put it on my community wall. I'm going to delete, but I see through the Surviving series. Hold on, Rico. I hope you don't mind. Can I, hold on, Rico, where you at? I hope you don't mind if I mod you up. If you want me to take the stick away from you afterwards, just tell me and I'll take it away. But I'm going to go ahead and mod you up. If there's any way you can get that URL and drop that in here, I would like to put it for the chat to have. And I also want to put it in the description of the video so that people can come back and check some of those videos out and hear from some of those victims, because we're so focused on Lavontraye, but his grandmother been trying to get justice for how many years now? How many other people been trying to get justice that he done crazy stuff to? And for him to sit there and say that I was masturbating while on the phone talking to him while I was having a manic episode. I was in his chat room and we were talking about mental health. And I was explaining that I was just overwhelmed. I have really, really bad anxiety. He picked up the phone and he called me, which it was, I think the conversation started off with him on live. And so, we talked and so on and so forth. And it stayed on mental health. It didn't move from anywhere else. And I heard some people say to me, well, if you're going through something, you should speak to a doctor, or you should pray on it and things like that. And I appreciate all of that. And I have done and do all of those things right there. But this was literally no different than me being on Rico the Brat's channel and we're talking about mental health, or Dr. Soapy's channel and we're talking about mental health, or Itsy Bitsy's channel and we're talking about it. I've always talked about mental health from the very beginning of me being here on YouTube. That's never changed when it comes to me, and it will never change. Okay, they are not. Okay, Byron says they are not on private, but they are listed separately. Got you. Okay, so it may take me some time to get it for y'all, but I promise you guys that I will get it, even if I have to make a whole nother video just to let y'all know here it is and here you have it, because I have to come on here. I don't have to say nothing. But what people aren't going to do is sit here and say something so disgusting and so nasty. Now, don't get me wrong. If I wanted to be doing some stuff like that, I could, because I'm grown. But like I said, first of all, his eyes can't even see straight. So what's the point of me doing anything and the person can't even see what's going on? That's number one. That's not number one. That's number two. Number one, I am a married woman. And I am a mother. And if anybody thinks it is cute or funny to say stuff like that about me, when my children are very much aware and can see and hear what the fuck is going on here on YouTube. But guess what? Everybody gives him a pass. And why does he get a pass? You know why he gets a pass? Because his eyes is goddamn lopsided and crooked. And he looked like something is wrong with him. So people give him a pass and they treat him like he's special. And that's what his problem is. They enable his bad behavior. When the truth is, people do anything for a click and a view. And I ain't blaming VS for that. But I know VS was one of the main people who kind of enforced this whole, I'm going to get my click and I'm going to get my view no matter what. But here's some history. Do you know that she was never even monetized until I came on the scene and was like, what are you doing? You're here spending hours and hours online and you're not monetized? You've got to be kidding me. And let me tell you something else that y'all may not know. And some people may say, this ain't none of my business. But for all of what Conscious TV is going through, getting dragged on YouTube, do you know his platform is not monetized at all? I wish I would be on here doing anything being monetized at all. So everybody else are making money off of this situation. And the person who's the victim, guess what, ain't making no money off of it. And may end up having, well, I ain't gonna say he may end up having a lawsuit, because from my understanding, Larry says he's not gonna sue anybody. Okay. They do that, Jasmine, they do. They do. Now, I did get demonetized briefly, and I had to fight back and forth with YouTube to get back. But I'm like, and during that time when I was not monetized, I was hardly even making content, because I'm like, what's the point? So when I was making content, it was pretty much to then do promotional stuff and promote the other stuff that I had going on. But I'm like, nah, I'm not doing this. He be getting those 400. Yeah, I mean, I guess, but I'm sorry. I'm still going. I still want the money from the from YouTube. And he was saying that that he wasn't monetized because YouTube he didn't want them to control what he was saying on his platform. But here's the thing, they're going to control you whether you take the money or not. Being not monetized doesn't give you any more freedom than somebody who's monetized. I mean, they can unmonetize you, but at the end of the day, it's not like you're going to be able to do more or get away with more because you're not, quote unquote, monetized. you know. So, you know, and I wish that Conscious TV was not in the middle or the midst of this thing, because I really do like him, but I just can't help but to look at him like, what the fuck is going on with you? And I mean, he could come in here and drop down here right now, and I would drop the link for him and we could have a conversation. Or I don't even have a problem coming to his platform and having a conversation. But it's clear to me that he doesn't want anyone to have a conversation unless you're agreeing with what he's saying. Because when I was over his page the other day, he was basically cussing out anybody who had a difference of opinion, and he had like 1,400 people in his live, and that chat was barely even moving, and that's because people were afraid to talk. And I don't want anyone to be over here and to feel like they can't have an opinion. Thank you, Vibrant. You got it right there. Hold on, let me copy and paste that too, because I want to put that in my description too. Hold up. Oh shoot, it won't let me hold on. I should be able to do it this way. Okay, so this is what I'm gonna do real quick. So the poll, I'm gonna end the poll because you can't pin stuff and still have the poll. So the poll is gonna end at 57% people did not know about his grandmother, and 43% did know. So to me, that's not enough people that that everybody needs to know, to be honest, especially if he's out here you know, talking crap about other people and stuff like that. Okay, yeah, here we go, right here. Okay, yep. So this is episode 14. So hold on, guys, give me just 1 second, because I want to make sure that I have all of this right here, because I am not done with him. I'm not going to spend my whole life on him, because again, I have nothing to hide. And I saw some people laughing and saying, well, nobody takes him serious. Nobody believes him. It doesn't matter what people believe or what they don't believe. He doesn't have any business saying what he's saying. And he's also the same person who went and said that I wanted to have sex with T.S. Madison, and I wanted her to get me pregnant, or some crazy, or that might have been somebody else that said that, but he did say I wanted to have sex with her and all this other crazy stuff. And you have to ask yourself, why is a person always speaking in a sexual manner? Why is everything about sex? See, people aren't asking those questions. They'll listen to what the person is saying, but they won't question the person and say, hold up, why is everything with you? Why does it lead back to sex? That's not normal. What's going on with that? But nobody's doing that. So hold on, guys. Okay, so ending this poll, and then right here we are going to shit. Okay, unpin message. Really BTV, hey, it's good to see you. Larry said he is still deciding about lawsuits. He didn't say he wasn't going to sue. Well, hey, Tulsa, I'm so glad to see you up in here. Well, what I heard him say is that he was not going to sue Tasha K. Did he not say that? Because I know he said with her. As far as the guy, I don't know about that, because from what I was told, he dismissed the case because it was filed in the wrong city and state. So I heard that's the only reason why that was dismissed. But as far as when it comes to Tasha K, I heard that he said that he wasn't gonna sue her, which is, I'm not really for sure why he said that or why he wouldn't or whatever. But I'm also assuming that she has some sort of receipt, even though we know she really didn't Cardi B, so her credibility is kind of like shot down the shit too. Let's just call a thing a thing. But I also feel like when he's been busy explaining himself on these videos, I think he's explaining himself so that if things come out later on, he's able to say, well, I already told y'all, because he continued to say stuff like, well, he wasn't 15, he was 17. And during that time, I lived at this place and I lived at that place. And, you know, all of these other different kind of things, this, in my opinion, is not really helping his case. None whatsoever. You know what I mean? Like, why are you explaining all of this extra stuff? And what he needs to do is do his own self a favor and hire a PR team, which I think is pretty much too late for somebody to come through and clean it up. I think instead of him giving out $600 cash apps, he should have invested that money in a PR team who would have told him to shut the hell up, and they probably would have did the speaking or talking for him, and they would have guided him on the next step to take. But instead, he keeps drumming up all of these questionable people, like the guy that is a soccer player. So, okay, so the soccer player, you know, the guy was saying like he plays football, and some people were confused by that because they was like, so is he a football player or does he play soccer? But clearly you could tell by the guy's voice, he's from somewhere. He's from the islands, or either he's from a country, you know, I don't know which one or where he's from. But like in Jamaica, they don't call soccer, like here we call it soccer. In Jamaica, they call it football. So some people were a little bit confused about that as far as soccer and football, but he's talking about soccer, but he calls it football because it's just a cultural difference. So that's where that part comes in right there. So instead of him grabbing all of these different people to help him plead his case, he's bringing his ex-wife, which in my opinion, from my understanding, she's now married to a woman. Okay, so she went to go live her truth. In my opinion, Larry's still living a lie. Okay, I'm also hearing, and I heard this today, I do not know if it's true or not, but they said that Larry was also married to a transgender at one point. Is that true or not? Have y'all ever heard that before? Anybody in the chat? Because I don't know him like that. I'm telling you, his spirit never set well with me. The only time that I was even in close proximity to him is when Conscious TV did a panel and he was over there. Wild Eye was over there, and that is the night that Wild Eye told everybody that I had raped my children. He said that to an audience of over 1,400 people, and I don't care who's tired of me saying it, I will continue to say it. And I'm not going to take the words out. I'm not going to say to all my kids, because this is my platform over here. So I don't have to protect anybody else's monetization on other people's platform. Respectfully, I will do that. But over here, I'm going to call it exactly what he said. Because see, like I said, when we change in words, that's when we take away the power of what was said. And even when he said, I raped my children, guess what? People still have had no problem supporting him. Tell me what about that is funny? If anything, is projection. Why is everything that this man, well, he's not a man, he's an idiot. Everything that this idiot says about me, it comes back down to sex. I hope y'all don't think that's normal, because it's not. Yes, DC, the Purple Diva. I actually even played the video over here on my channel. I will look for it, and I'll make sure that I put it on public. And I think I might have put the timestamp in it. He said that I had raped my children. The gender of my children, it really doesn't matter about that, because rape is rape. It doesn't matter if it's to a girl or a boy, but I have 2 boys and I have a girl. He also said that I had beat my children and that my children were with CPS. And I don't know whether you guys know it or not, but my children are all grown adults. Okay. And whether they be grown adults or not, because I definitely don't want to answer anything the way that Larry Reid does. Let me say this. I've never had a case with CPS. My children have never been in the custody of CPS, a family member, or anybody outside of myself and their father. And that is it. And that is all. I've never abused my children. Now, I will say, and I will give Conscious TV credit, because Conscious TV did tell him at that time, he said, do not say that, because you know nothing like that happened. So he did check him and correct him on it. But, you know, during that time, they were a part of the show. I think it was the two men and a lady. I think he might have been like a guest host or something like that for him. But and I can tell you guys, honest to God, that up until WILEY turned on me, and he turned on me over VS. I get it. People are friends with whomever, they turn on people, whatever. Or they stop dealing with people or whatever. I get all of that. But what I don't get is running around full time slandering a person, and for years and years and years and years. And that's what's been going on with him. So when you've seen me play videos of the library, it has always been a reaction to what he has done or what he has said. You know, so, and with Reid, he was on that panel that night, right? And so I didn't like the way I felt like how he had treated Rico, right? Rico really hadn't even said nothing, and he went out of his way and he started talking about this spirit that was up there. And all it was is, you knew who Rico was, and you knew what time it was, and you was getting tempted by Rico. In my personal opinion, that's what the fuck was going on. Now, I also probably should have put this tea over here on my channel, but I didn't. But I had gave it to Jay Wilson. How many of you all know about when Reid was over on OnlyFans lusting over Storm Monroe? Storm Monroe was in a pair of underwear with no shirt on, and it was a verified account. It was a verified account, and Larry was right in the comment section talking to Storm Monroe. What pastor does that? What straight man does that? They don't. They don't. Oh yeah. Storm Monroe was in a pair of white, like boxer briefs type of thing. So I may even, let me look, because I don't know if I emailed it to Jay Wilson, or I don't know if I had texted to him. Hold on. Let me look, because if it's in my if I text it to him, I can go ahead and I can upload it to the StreamYard, and y'all can go ahead and look at it. Or I don't know if Rico's in the clouds, because I know Rico had it on his community wall at one point. Let me see. I told you I was out. Okay, yeah, nope, I don't have it in my I didn't text it to him. I must have emailed it to him. But yeah, he was right in there and said something like, give them their money's worth. And I'm like, what? So you're pretty much promoting you're promoting for people to do something strange for some change. Hold on, y'all. I want to look, because I want to make sure. Damn, I wish I had it right here. Press it. Let me know. Have y'all seen that before? Let me know if y'all haven't seen it. If y'all haven't seen it, I'll try to get it for y'all before. Maybe like while I'm playing the video, maybe I can get the screenshot and I can show it to y'all or whatever. So hold on. So what else did I want to talk about with that? So oh yeah, somebody else has said something about WILEY not being able to read, right? But I told y'all that a long time ago. Now I know I was being sarcastic, and I was saying that he beat those books up because he couldn't read the big words. But what's up, Sheila? But how many of y'all remember that time when he bought Jason Lee's book and tried to do a book reading and could barely read the damn book? Let's get into it.
That had to use the word I was into this book.
And I got several DMs from him, but I was busy on tour. He tried to troll me.
His no neck, double-wided chin, your hairline not perfect, you ain't got all this money like you said, desperate to be known in Hollywood.
Let's get into this, shall we?
I actually look up to Jason Lee.
I think we should help each other.
Somebody that looks like this, me talking about somebody like me?
Now, Jason, you attractive. I love for you to ride my face. I just wanted you to say that. How you doing?
When your locked to the basement eating Snickers.
Love me.
Thing that can happen to you to get your views up on YouTube is at least the coronavirus.
I tune and snip I tune and snip I tune and snip
I guess it finally adds up why he thinks that that bald-headed girl is a queen, because neither one of them can read or spell. Just saying. I'm sorry, y'all. I was over here on mute, and I'm saying he got the nerve to try to read somebody, but literally can't read. Make that make goddamn sense. Okay, so now, like I said again, I don't want to hear anybody advocating for Wild Eye or talking about they're glad that he's bringing, attention to the situation with Larry Reid. No, I want him to bring some attention to the situation with his grandmother. I want him to bring some attention to all of these men that he's been trying to Bill Cosby them. That's what I'm about. I want him to show a receipt where he paid the library. And let me tell y'all something. I have no problem taking a lie detector test. But what I won't do is take no lie detector test over the phone, because I'm not doing that. To me, I feel like that's not legit. That's number one. And number two, I'm not paying to do no type of lie detector test. You're the one that's coming out here with these allegations. So why don't you go and do a lie detector test? But make sure that I get to pick the place, because I wouldn't, first of all, I wouldn't even trust any paperwork that you come back with anything. But if you're accusing me of something and you're saying that I did these things, the burden proof should be on you. It should not be on me, because I didn't come on here telling no lies on you. I haven't said nothing about you but the truth. I haven't made up nothing extra. Okay, so when it comes to Storm, there's just something really, it's the same. I don't want to compare him to Reid in the fact of saying, but I just remember him over on Conscious TV's channel trying to explain about the different positions he likes to have sex in. That doesn't make sense to me. I don't know many straight men that's going to be sitting over there with a gay man explaining anything about sex, or just looking awkward and crazy as hell, trying to, I guess, play along with being straight and looking crazy as all fucking get out. Okay, sis, got you. Okay, so look, it's been 2 hours, baby. We got a little bit longer to go. Now, William McCray, baby, he laid Larry down. Now, William does talk a little bit slow or whatever, and it took him a little while to get to the point with this. So what I did do was I skipped the video to like 40 minutes in on the video. But what I will do is, as I put the series, with the surviving WILEY that King Payne did, what I will do is also I will put the unlisted link to this full video here. It doesn't have any ads or anything like that. So if you just want to watch it in its entirety, then you all can do that. If you're a content creator and for whatever reason you want to take it and download it and use it for your commentary or something like that, I don't have a problem with that either. Rico, thank you so much. Thank you so much for becoming a member. Also, too, we will be doing a detox next month on the 18th. So anybody who's interested in detoxing, let me know. I'll be doing that with my members and also my Patreon. So we're going to detox our bodies, our minds, and everything. And we're going to be doing that from the 18th to the 28th. I will be letting you know every single thing that you need to purchase. Nothing's going to be crazy expensive. And we're going to do it together. So that's what we're going to be doing. And Silky Black, is good to see you. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and get into William. And when he asked this lady to the, I believe it was, I guess with Facebook, I think you can add people to Facebook. It's been so long since I've done Facebook Live. But when he asked this lady on there, I want y'all to listen to what she's saying about what Reid was doing while he was having these inappropriate conversations with Lavontraye. Okay, so let's not waste any more time. Let's go ahead and get straight up into it. Okay.
Because it's so diabolical and attempted to be it was methodically planned out and an attempt. See, the thing about what you all don't have to realize, you don't have to fight. You don't have to fight. You don't have to fight your battle. God has a way. God has a way. If you just trust him. If you just trust him, if you love and trust and believe him, he has a way of fixing it. Thank you, Belinda. I appreciate you, baby. He has a way of fixing it. So it got to a point where, and see, I knew Vince never could stand me. I knew that. And it was a very tense connection and relationship. It never was good. It was never positive. And what he did, he attempted to hijack the site to shut me down so that I would not have a voice. And so that Larry would be the go-to and the voice for the whole Black church blogging thing. And now, y'all know I play no games. And Atlanta is my town. There's not too many people, Black folks of influence that I don't know. So when Vincent Terrell Hill did that, because I was saying, well, dude, I have paid you and I'm not going to pay you to do a service for me and you talk to me crazy too. So we kept on having run-ins like that, and and it was just getting to be, it was getting to be too toxic. So my new web guy said that he was trying to shut down and, stop us from getting the files. So all of the stories, going years back to Juanita, so many of the stories that I'd done, so that they would not come up. So when people would Google and search, it was an attempt that my entire work would be gone. And it was somewhat emotional, and I just had to collect myself and keep going, because again, long as I'm alive and my talent and my work and my voice will long live beyond my physical life. My level of contribution and what I do will outlive me. Long 50, 60 years from now, people will still talk about Sir William. That's just a fact. That's just, okay, it's doing okay. I'm not sure. Are we back? I don't know what's going on with this connection. May need to do it tomorrow.
I promise you, everything has shut down, so it's getting to the part. I just kind of squeezed this over. Just
anyway, let me
bear
say
with me.
this,
He makes some
so
good
I can just bring in
points
all the
here,
way
so he's
up
getting
to
to
where
it.
we are. I found out that he was taking payoffs. I found out that he was doing these so-called fake marketing contracts, or saying that they were marketing PR contracts to cover that he was really extorting. So that's how that happened with E. Dewey Smith. That happened with Keon. But the thing that was so bad is that he's so dirty that he would do a contract with them and get paid, and then get another blogger that was trying to come up and trying to get some level of popularity. He would get them to release the story anyway. So he would get paid to not talk about it, and to go silent and to go deaf, to fade to the black on a story. But while he was getting paid, he was still then, he was so diabolical that he would pay that faggot dope addict sleazebag from Columbia. He would pay him. He would pay some of these other folks that was trying to be bloggers. He would pay them and have them steal. Now, isn't that dirty? Now, you would get paid and then steal. Find a way to release the story. Oh, but God. I'm gonna tell you something. Y'all may want to play, and y'all may not think, and y'all may act like God is not real. But I want you to know that He is real. It may not seem like it's gonna happen. It may not happen as fast as you want it. But in His time. Now, you know who you are. You all that are watching me, you all know who you are. You know what is in your background. KT, Fabian, Aubrey, any of us, we know who we are. We know the things that we have participated in. We know the good, the bad. You know, and you can lie to everybody, but at the end of the day, you cannot lie to yourself, and you can't lie to God. You know the real deal and situation with you. Now, I asked him on several occasions, was he a homosexual? And if you go back and look at his lives, and if you go back, everything that he has ever discussed and pretty much said about himself it's not totally true. It's not totally accurate. It's not totally real. So then he said that that it wasn't even a house where the molestations allegedly took place. See, all of this, now he's saying, or now he's coming out of the closet and backpedaling and now saying that he is gay, or that he has had sexual affairs. I don't know to what extent. I'm not sure to what extent that this will go. I'm really not. I think now.
Okay, I paused that for a minute too because there was a little misinformation that was going around yesterday, and I heard Larry say with my own two ears that when he was explaining to Lavontraye about his relationships with men, Lavontraye seemed to be too excited and too interested in those conversations. Those were his words and not anybody else's. I will play the video again.
Now that we have names and we have faces, I knew who the guys were. I wasn't going to pay anybody for any interviews, and I was not going to. I don't do throwing rocks and hiding my hand interviews. I wasn't going to ever really do anything as long as they was trying to remain anonymous. Now that they're no longer anonymous, and now that they're no longer anonymous, it's a more solid situation. Will it be a situation? Well, you have Harvey Weinstein, you had Bill Cosby, you had, these other celebrities and these other situation. Who else finds it hard to believe that this man would want to be a blogger and want to talk about people that is trash like him? Because I'm gonna say this. there is something very sick and very dangerous when two consenting adults making a decision I don't know what's going on tonight. But anyway, two consenting adults making a decision to participate in, sexual activities. That's two adults. That's two grown people making that choice, making that decision. And I think that for us in the Black church, and especially for those of us that are Pentecostal, I think we harvest we breed an environment for this kind of behavior. What do I mean when I say that? I think that we reverence our leaders perhaps a little too greatly. And in reverencing our leaders a little too greatly, we give them the ability to do this kind of behavior. See, if I esteem you too highly, then when you are ready, and if you're a predator and I'm not aware that you're a predator, and then you begin to manipulate in a very easy way. Oh, he's the bishop. Oh, he's my pastor. So you're able to manipulate a situation and people in a strategic form. So these guys like Larry and like Eddie Long, they were all guys from these these backgrounds, these situations where the parents are struggling and they needed somewhere to stay, and you have all of these extenuating circumstances that breeds and fosters an ability for this kind of behavior. It breeds a way for you to take advantage. It gives you the ability because you esteem them. You esteem them, so highly. So, and then people will never necessarily believe or think, oh no, and then you always have a person or young person or what have you, that it's something going on with their family. Their mom is on drugs. They need a place to stay. It's always some kind of extenuating circumstance which creates a breach and allows them to, and allows the enemy to creep in, allows them to slip in and be able to take advantage of those extenuating circumstances. So I just find it very difficult to comprehend that Larry would want to enter the business of exposing people that do the same things that he has done. So I watched bits and pieces of the interview. And I think it's interesting. I think that, and then, see, this is the problem in my frustration. I told every single artist when he had that thing down at the Hyatt, I did a post and a story. I tagged Dickie Winans, I tagged Carlton Pearson, everybody that was Ty Tribbett, Kevin Lemons, everyone that went. Am I talking right, Chris? Didn't you come on? Chris came on and he said, William, he said it has been the pandemic, and he said those people are going to go and they're going to get that check in spite of. And so I told Chris, I said, no, do you really think so? Not one canceled. Not one. Not one person canceled. They wanted that money. So they aligned themselves and they turned the other way and they looked the other way on someone. Now the only thing that gives some level is that at that time, none of the guys wanted to come forward. None of the guys wanted their face and their names out there. Now, whatever has changed and transpired now, and I'm gonna tell y'all something. Just like I told John tonight, I'm not gonna play. I'm gonna call you out in your face. The guy Johnson from LA tried to lie and play games. Y'all stop playing games with folks' lives. Stop playing games with people's lives, their careers, their reputation. Some of y'all gonna get killed. Some of y'all gonna get hurt. Stop trying to manipulate people and play games. And we do it far too much over here in the Church of God in Christ. Elevating this one and putting thumbs down on that one. And I'm gonna be transparent. I was looking at tonight. Now, you have some full-fledged homosexuals that are in the adjutancy, but because they're able to camouflage And because they're able, and you have preachers and you have pastors and you have bishops that's into some of everything. I looked at an adjutant that just got out of prison, running around walking with bishops. And you will try to look at this person and cast judgment on them, and you just got out of jail. Homongers, liars, backbiters. And we pick one up and we put the other one down. Stop playing with folks' lives. And then you get mad at me because I expose it and I talk. I in 2030, what is this? 2023, I am going back to my old ways, and I'm going to go all the way ham. And I'm going to start with this church. It's too much trash that is being elevated and running around with positions and making money and doing and having influence that is trash. You got a guy that wasn't even able to stay at a church for 3 months before stealing and has a national position. Trash. You got guys that have just gotten out of prison that's sitting up because you got some K&G suit on and you want to sit up and act like you dignified. Nigga, you just got out of a prison cell. You got folks that have these bastard children. You got these molesters and these trifling folks, and you running around at conventions and shaking hands and talking about a doc, and you trying to look your nose down on this one or on that one, and you are in a worse place, in a worse state. Yourself. But you want to try to cause so anyway, I think it's going to be interesting. I think I'm wondering. See, this is the thing that is interesting to me. See, like I'm wondering. I want to see how far. I want to see how far Carlton Pearson is willing to go with Larry. I want to see how far Bernard. Now, because see, the interesting thing about Bernard Jordan, Bethany's son, okay, his daughter's son was sexually molested and violated by Master J, who mysteriously died in Miami. I don't know if Bernard Jordan had him killed or not, but it was interesting that he went to Miami and then that he later died. And when I talked to Bernard told me directly himself that he was going to make Master J pay for what happened. Now, I don't know how he hoodwinked that and got Reverend Ike's house. He has Reverend Ike's house. That house is a huge mansion, and I think it has 10 bedrooms. And each bedroom has its own bathroom. They're like suites. And Bethany's son was over there, and he was in one of the bedrooms, and he had taken a shower. Master J went into the bathroom while Bethany's son was naked. And there was some inappropriate things that happened. And it was so bad that Bethany's son no longer wanted to have anything to do with his grandfather and did not want to ever go back over to the grandfather's house. He was no longer comfortable. And this bothered Bernard greatly. Now, for whatever reason, I have absolutely no idea. I have never been told or confronted, but for whatever reason, Bernard cut me off. When he picked up being involved with Larry, he cut me off. Now that's fine. That's fine. You ain't got to be my friend. The Lord is my source. The Lord is going to make a way for me. And I don't have to be beholden to nobody. So I don't know why he cut me off. Then there's a guy that had something Owens, Davion Owens, that is supposed to be close to Bernard. And so he was inboxing me and trying to, develop a rapport with me, because there was some stories and some things that happened or transpired out of New York. And so he was telling me that he was very close to Bernard George. So I told him, I said, well, Bernard don't have anything to do with me anymore. And so he said, well, I'm going to ask him. And I never heard from him again. I had a rapport with George Bloomer. That ended when Bernard cut me off, and then Eric Figueroa. So I am interested in seeing how far these men are going to be willing to go. See, the Bible says it is not, and see, everything goes back to the word. The Bible says there's nothing is nothing more precious than a good name. So whether he ever goes to jail or is prosecuted, just now that this kind of hideous act is out there and associated with your name is enough. So I'm wondering how, and maybe y'all can tell me, how far, or do you all really, or do you think it'll matter? Now, I got into a heated debate because this is the thing. Most of y'all watch or follow all of us. Okay? Really, it's just like these people that have these little churches, and it's the same members going from this one's church to this one's church. Y'all follow all of y'all. Follow me. Y'all follow Larry. Y'all follow Jives. Y'all follow everybody. Y'all don't have no kind of commitment or loyalty to any one person. So it's going to be interesting to see if it has some level of effect. Now, it very well may not. It very well may not. But how can you listen, follow, and support someone that has no credibility? How can you listen and follow somebody that manipulated and violated children? Now, I ain't talking about no adult. If a man want to pull his drawers down and let another man have sex with him, then that, you know, they grown and they made a decision to do that. But when you start dealing with children and teenagers, and then when you have somebody that is willing to come forward, somebody's named Solo says that he knows where the bodies are buried and he doesn't report anything on that group. They will stay the course. Well, I don't know if I necessarily agree with that. I don't think that he knows anything more than what I've been exposed to and know. I doubt that very seriously. And see, the thing about it is going to be when others start backing away. See, they don't have to back away from him. What will happen is people will start backing away from them because of their affiliation and association. See, that's what's going to happen. See, nobody that is supposed to be a sanctified preacher can rationalize inviting and having anybody come and preach and support their ministry, and they a known molester. I don't see how you can rationalize that. Yeah, I don't know who this stupid person is that has put a negative face up next to my Cash App and my Zelle. My Cash App and Zelle is down there. I'm out of town. I want you. If y'all can support Larry and these other trash and these other folks that's out here, y'all can support me. I'm going to just say it like that. Now, y'all can say it's not going to have an effect. Y'all can say that that nobody, I guess none of y'all, so nobody has any kind of morals. No one has no kind of principles, no kind of standard, no kind of anything. So that's what y'all saying. That's what you're saying. You're saying that that we're living in a society and a time where we have no integrity. No one gives a damn. Okay, so is Yolanda going to still be able to have some level of affiliation?
Y'all, we got to pause for just a second. While I was over here, I wasn't pinning anything like that on the screen because I was digging in the archives. I didn't even think that this was a receipt that I would ever even have to come back to, because I never really thought that we were going to really be here, or even if we were here, that it was really going to be like my business, my problem, my issue. But at the end of the day, like, who would I be if I was to not say anything about this? So remember I told y'all about Storm Moreau and his underwear and how Larry Reid was in the comment section on OnlyFans? That's what I was digging around to find, was that receipt. So I'm gonna still continue to play this video right here, but let's pause just for 1 second so that I can show y'all that I'm not just talking, I'm backing it up with actual receipts. If you look in the comment section of this picture right here, you will see that it is Larry Reid. Now, some people say, well, that's a troll account or this or that. No. It's a check mark and it is a verified account. Let's go. Y'all see that check mark right there? And you see him, which he's tatted nerd on OnlyFans or whatever the case may be. That's not, y'all don't find that weird? That some people might say he's a grown man, he can do whatever he wants to do. That seem normal to y'all? This man who's pretending to be a pastor, a married man, a this or that. You see what I'm saying? Let's just one more again. I'm not making up nothing. Just how normal is it that this man is in a pair of white underwear and this other man is down in the comment section? You giving them what they paying for, I see. Huh? I get it, he grown, but come on now. Really? But he gets a pass. Okay, let's go on with this video here.
With somebody that has been declared to be a molester is Kirk Franklin and any of these other people that have had some level of degree of connect. Are any of them, so y'all saying that none of that is going to matter and they're going to still be able to have their connection? And it's not, and no one is going, no one, so is that how sick and how demonic that the church has become? Because if that's the case, then we all need to empty out and not even go. We're not talking about somebody had sex as consenting adults. We're talking about somebody that is saying that they were teens, that they were children, and that and they were violated in this kind of way. And then the description of the very graphic sex acts is whew. So anyway, I just wanted to address it. Everybody has been asking me about it. I'm going to be going over this in quite an extensive detail. And I think that to the point where some investigative reporting and some traveling there into these places is going to be required and necessary, because I really want to get to the bottom of it. Like I want to know. Oh, Matthew Stevenson paid him. You remember he was doing all of this reports on Matthew Stevenson, and then he just faded to black. And then the very people, and see, you know when he gets paid, because the very people that he has talked about in such a negative form, then he starts singing their praises. Then he starts complimenting and putting them on a pedestal. He talked about James Hall and that Jeffrey Thomas situation, like James. And I asked James, I said, James, how can you come to Atlanta and go to a brunch or party or whatever it was for Larry Reid, but you and Kevin Bond can hate me? It made absolutely no sense to me. Well, he apologized or whatever. So, and now James and I have been able to, come to some term. But I just don't understand that. Y'all hate me and sing a child molester's praises. All right, y'all. I'm going to get off here because it's already 1 o'clock on Central Time. So that means it's 2 o'clock on the East Coast. I've been on too long. But I really and I will, we're
He
gonna
doing
be
like all
dealing
kinds of credit. I'm going nowhere. Hold on, let me get to this lady when she hit
a
this link.
while to
Okay.
see me.
Well,
Oh, hold
I'm
up. Let me
taking
back
care.
it up. I'm going to have to take this off the screen. Hold up. Okay. So, yeah, this is the lady that's about to
All
come
right,
up here. I
y'all.
want
I'm
y'all to
gonna get
listen
off
real
here
good
because it's
now.
already 1:00 on Central Time, so that means it's 2:00 on the East Coast. I've been on too long, but just I really and I will, we're gonna be dealing with this for a while.
Oh, my love.
Hey, baby.
How are you?
I'm well. How you doing? When you coming down here to see me?
Well, I'm taking care of Papa this week. So it'll probably have to
Oh,
be
okay.
in the day, you
Wait
know.
a minute. Let me see. I don't know why. Okay, see now.
You muted yourself. There you go.
Okay. I can hear
Oh,
you, but you sound far away. Let me put the thing on. I don't know why it does that. So we down here in this Dallas, child. This old
I want to
screwing
make
Texas.
a day trip over there to hang out with you. So
It is something, and that's one thing that is amazing to me, because I have, and I'm not trying to compare myself to anybody because I'm in a class by myself. But when you have generations of people that follow you and like your work, it really, I couldn't believe it.
let me
I
tell
really
you this.
couldn't believe it. One guy came up to me tonight. He was like, I watch you, my mother, like his whole families that follows her. I was just so, I'm trying to get this thing together. I was just so amazed by that. Like how awesome God is for generations of people, to like you and and like your work. Okay.
Let me tell you this.
Can you hear me?
Can you hear me?
Okay, I can hear you good now.
Okay. Let me tell you this. Remember when I called you and I told you about him going on live talking about anal sex and how if somebody tiptoe down too far and they get some boo boo on their pew, I realized then nasty he was. Yes, I have listened to him. I've listened to Jives. It's like everything you're saying, they come back on the back burner and say the same thing. Do that make sense?
Yeah.
Now with Kim Burrell, you remember Kim Burrell got up there and made a mockery of herself. What she said was true. Okay, However, it was taken the way they put it. It's like they just kind of like blackballed her. Does that make sense? So, as
But
far
see,
as he's
the thing that I think is so unfair about Kim Burrell, she stood on her convictions and what the Bible says, and they crucify her. But then you'll take an alcoholic and a hoe that has 5 kids by 5 different men, like Leandria Johnson, and they'll forgive and make all kind of excuses for her. Kim Burrell she was married when she had her son. She don't have no bastard children. She ain't lied and said while she was shacked with men and lied and said that they was her. The double standard, and that's the part that is with this situation and with me. That he strategically tried to make a diabolical attack on me, and have the people despise and hate me for the same that he was trying to do. I created this space.
Mm-hmm.
He's a poor imitation and wannabe of me. None of them have the level of intelligence and class and are able to recall. None of them have stood on NBA floors. None of them have been to the Oscars and the Golden Globes and more. I've gone to more stuff and interviewed more people that I have forgotten about than any of them. I'm not just sitting at my house and talking about folks and talking about stuff that I haven't been in. Have any of them niggas been to the Met Gala?
I didn't notice any of them going to no Met Gala. I mean, when I peruse through those pages, they're never there. I mean,
but what I'm saying is that this man created and strategically tried to infiltrate me and tried to lock me down or what have you.
In other words,
which it didn't work.
He tried to get you knocked out of the game. In other words,
exactly. That's the bottom line.
But it didn't work.
And if oh no, and see, I am to the level of so arrogant that I'm not gonna ever even give you the satisfaction to think you have had any kind of level of impact. But what I'm saying is that what I think is so Larry knows what he has done. Now you can't, it's two people you can't lie to. You can't lie to yourself and you can't lie to God. He knows Harcel, Mother Harcel, he knows what he has done. And if he knows that and he decided to enter this game and enter this kind of business, he either felt like he had those guys under his thumb, under lock and key, or that he was just that dumb.
I listened to and don't turn my head off, okay?
No,
I've listened to Daryl Moore speak on him and all of his accusations, and I asked myself, what's the deal? And he says that, and I had to go and really go to try to set that boy for a murder that didn't even manifest. I mean, how can I put it? Snakes are what they are. Remember that. Snakes are what they are. Everything he's doing.
Who did they try to set up for a murder?
Try to get Daryl put in jail for a murder, and he's got all the court documents and everything. I mean, I'm like, are you for real? Then I saw that, he was real cool with Tasha K. And so I saw the video where Tasha K interviewed the guy now this child said that he was over there and he had this child to take off, he's a grown man now, but he was a child then, to take off all of his clothes and to turn around in a circle. And then he wanted him to sit with him on the bed. And he was looking at some porn with this young man, and all of a sudden he started pleasuring himself.
Mm-hmm.
Now, me as a mama, William, okay, And from what I have been through in the church, okay, what kind of mama would let your child go over and spend the night at this man's house? And you have nothing to say or nothing to do with it. See, I blame the parents on a lot of that. Number two.
Well, see, that's always when you start having molestations, there's always a breach in the family structure.
Correct. However, there's another scenario. He was talking about his wife, okay? They've gotten divorced. And yet
he's been married 3 times.
Okay, well, I don't know what number this one is, but honey, the girl stay in the house.
He's married her twice. But they're divorced now. He was married to her, and then they had those children. Then he married a trans woman. And then they divorced, and then he got back with his wife. And then they were married for a while, and then they divorced, and then she married a woman.
So all them living in this one house.
Then the woman and his wife fell out, and then that's when she was having some financial difficulty, and so then that's when his children had to come to Atlanta to be with him, and then later he allowed his ex-wife to come to Atlanta. So they all live in this house together. Vincent Terrell Hill, Shamako, Kendall, that's the cameraman. All of them, I think it's about 6 or 7 of them. All of them are living in that house together.
Ain't that some nasty shit? I'm serious. That's nasty. So all of them sleeping with each other, and all the ones that sitting up there, I guess what hell they used to it, so they just sit there and watch it. But I thought that was very vulgar. When I brought that to your attention, I'm like, why would you get on? Now you're a preacher, you know all the Bible, and you know, because you was, first of all, you was mad at with that Carry On Baby that, you know, that's gone stone crazy. Okay, that's a whole nother topic, and
right.
we'll discuss that later. But here in the same token, you talked about his daddy, and then you got both of them on there, and you gonna pray for counseling. You don't need the counseling. You don't need the counseling. And I think people, and then, you know, he's got this called Patreon, and you pay to be on it. First of all, I'm not gonna pay to look at no damn body.
And see, that's the thing that's so sad. But he was strategic and smart with that. So he went on Patreon to address these allegations. So the people that pay for the Patreon, they were able to see it. But then you had a lot of people that was not subscribers that subscribed to it for the $12.99 because they wanted to hear what his response was going to be. So even in that, he's still making money.
Now, I do know that when Daryl got a hold to him and was roasting his little ass, he got on the airplane and went home to his mama and daddy. And that's when he came up with this commercial talking about the molestation at home and stuff. From what Daryl was not telling on him. What I'm saying is to say this.
The problem was, Daryl and Marcellus, I believe, works for the state of California. Marcellus actually wants to be a blogger, but whatever his whatever his job is.
He
See,
can't.
I'm not gonna hold nothing back no more.
Don't hold back nothing.
I'm
Don't
not
hold
holding
back
back
a damn thing.
nothing. So
Yeah, because you know, now
Marcellus,
when you work for the state, you can't do the shit you want to do. You got to go through somebody else to do it because people will sue you, and when they find out you got something, your hand ain't in it. Oh, baby, they'll grab your ass.
so Marcellus works, I believe, for the state of California.
Mm-hmm.
So what Marcellus was doing, because everybody is so fascinated with this blogging thing, and people want to be bloggers. So Marcellus would always kind of inbox me, but I never. It was something about him that was negative because have you ever been in a situation where if a person wants to approach you or wants to like you, and
you don't feel comfortable,
and you don't respond the way that they want you to,
mm-hmm.
then they get mad and try to turn against you. You know what I'm saying?
Correct.
I'm always led by the Holy Ghost and by the Spirit, and it was something off. So I never, and none of us have met in person, but I never got really chummy with them. And so what I explained to Marcellus was, I said, you are filtering information to Daryl, and Daryl does not have the presence, the skill, or the ability to really execute it well. See, Daryl is I think Daryl is sort of like a Earl Carter. See, they may both be saying stuff that's true. They may both be expounding upon information that might be correct, but they come off so crazy with their delivery until it's unrealistic to even believe it or follow it.
Correct.
And see, Daryl was running 1 minute he's cool with me or whatever, then the next minute he's mad, and said something. I said that I made a post, and I posted about crazy what's the crazy boy's name? Andrew Caldwell.
Yeah.
So I posted about Andrew Caldwell being on official day on the national platform for Church of God. So Daryl,
he's not official, and he has no right to be up there.
Exactly. So Daryl got in the comments and said, "Oh, you just jealous because you wasn't up there." Well, what Daryl didn't know is that I was up there. You know what I'm saying? I don't have to have no picture of nobody filming me because I'm up there, but I was up there. So that wasn't even true. So what I told Daryl was, when Daryl was bringing me, he and Marcellus was bringing me all of this back in 2019, I told them, and they got upset. I said, the guys come forward. You can't do a story on some kind of accusation like this, a mystery and hiding. See, now that the man has, or one of the men has come forward and is showing his face and his name, is giving it credibility that it never had before. See, what you call Larry was able to, skate on this because these guys didn't want to come forward. What man in his right mind want to tell the world that he was raped and violated and screwed in his behind by another man? Don't nobody want that. Don't nobody want that out there.
And I definitely wouldn't want nobody, that, especially if you're trying to have a credible relationship with someone. I don't think I would want. No, I know I wouldn't. Okay, you right. You telling the truth. You telling the truth
You wouldn't
because
want
that's
that.
embarrassing.
You would not. So now it has taken a different form. Now this is what's going to be interesting to me. See, I want to see if it's going to be a great falling away. Now everybody wants to tell me. I got into it today with one of my, followers, and so I told him, I said, well, you really like Larry, you the way that in our messages back and forth, it was, it wasn't shading me. It wasn't shading me, but it was. He was yet saying, he said this, he said, he's very smart and uh, he will, he'll get through this unscathed. He'll figure out a way to, he or Bernard, they'll pay them, and this is going to take non-effect, and it's not going to affect him. It's not going to affect his following and what have you. So I was kind of flabbergasted. So what I said was, I said, so you are saying that Larry Reid has more power than Bill Cosby had?
He has no power, is what I'm trying to tell you. The same way they went after Kim Burrell, and the same way that what's that preacher's name, that the Avenger's husband, or what, the Avengers husband, is over to the church now.
John Gray.
Right. Okay. The one that, the preacher that died, what was his name? He had AIDS, and they had him. Yes. Same way they took his ass down, it's the same way they finna do Larry. You see, it's fixing to go to another head, because see now, 1 minute him and Tasha K was friends. Now they're not friends no more. And she done went and got all the information and put it out there.
Now see, the only thing that the only problem that I have with that, and I'll be frank with you. Can I be frank with you?
Come on to the table.
When you have the axe to grind, it affects the credibility of the story. See, I just want to tell the story and the truth. That's what I want. I just want to tell the story and the truth. Now, yes, did he infiltrate me? Yes. Did he try to go after connections and relationships that I had? Absolutely. From my lawyer, Phaedra Parks, to my friendship with Bernard Jordan, he strategically went after friends, contacts, and relationships that I had, and was trying to figure out ways to embrace them. Now all of them came full circle. Phaedra called me and she said, "Do you know this SOB?" I said, "Girl, I told you." I said, "But you were so moved because he came to your office and cut a check for $5,000 or whatever the case was, that you was blinded, or you turned a deaf ear to it."
So did the check bounce?
Huh? No.
Did the check bounce?
No, because he was online and the folks gave it. So I just, I want, and see, even Lamar Miller Whitehead, they're coming after him in a level of retaliation that even though everything that they're saying may very well be true, it affects the credibility of it. Because if I hate you and I have an axe to grind with you, then that is influencing my ability to cover. And see, that's the problem where, with blogging, it's not the same as traditional journalism where you got to give the who, what, where, why. You got to give, the side of the person that you've interviewed, and then you got to give the opposing side. So they don't operate with those same level of integrity. Now, I have never met Tasha K. I don't know her in any kind of personal way. My only thing is that she wants, and see, Larry strategically went after everybody that had an audience and that had audiences larger or just as large as he is or larger. So originally in the early days, it was me. Then he wants to be friends with Tasha K because she was a known blogger. And then her following, if she's speaking about him and talking about him, then her people are going to go over and search him out and start finding him and following him. You see what I'm saying? That's just how it worked. And so he was strategically going after bloggers and people that had an audience and a following to enhance him and what he was doing. But then he and Tasha fell out.
What did they fall out about?
I wasn't totally sure. I know that they were supposed to do they were supposed to do, like how he did that thing at the Hyatt or whatever, for his, followers or what have you, or his subscribers. He wanted to do one with me and Jives, and I was never comfortable with it. So then he said, that I was supposed to have been like this diva. No, I just said, okay, if you gonna sell tickets and you gonna do this, I need hair. I need my hair done. I need makeup. I need a dressing room. I mean, these are just standards,
Well, I
and
mean, I would think that's what you would need. He's gonna pay for it for himself
right.
Why not pay for
So
it for
then,
himself?
so it never, it never amounted to anything. But I don't even think that he was ever really serious about doing it. I think it was another carrot dangling to reel me in. He was trying to find ways to reel me in. And so I just think that this is going to be really interesting. I don't know if it'll take flight, because the one thing that I'm trying to figure out, Horcel, and I want you to be very frank and very honest with me. At what point?
Okay, well, we heard this much. Her name is Marcel. Did y'all just catch that? Her name is Marcel. So I'm gonna go over to her. I'm gonna go over to his channel. I don't mean her. I'm gonna go over to his channel and peep around tomorrow and find Marcel. So that's her name. Sling is legit, and so is All Black TV. All Black TV is basically Netflix for Black people, and Sling is basically cable without the crazy bill. You can still get like HBO and all that other stuff, but the prices start off at like $25 a month. So I'm gonna keep playing the video. I'm gonna go back on mute, and I'll be back in the chat with y'all.
Will Bernard Jordan, will George Bloomer, will a Carlton Pearson, and those are the three larger names that have been publicly and shown their name and their face. At what point do you think that they will have to step away, or will they not have to step away?
I see them stepping away immediately, just like they did with Bill Cosby, and I put that in the comments. He likes to say that Bernard Jordan, is that his name?
Mm-hmm.
Is his mentor, like a dad to him. And he has been to his house and been in his room and whatsoever. Those types of people, America looks looks down on rapists and child molesters. Okay. Now, these were young boys at the time. Am I right?
They were
Okay.
teens.
Now, there's no statute of limitations on telling off on somebody
40
who
years.
Okay. Well, you see how they did Bill Cosby. So do I see him? Do I see them still hanging up around him? No, I don't. I see them moving away from him quickly because nobody wants that. Nobody wants that negative.
Disagree with you and say that it's no big deal.
It is a big deal. It is a big deal when people, because here's the thing.
John Williams says, I don't believe people care that much about Larry to make this a big deal.
Yeah. I mean,
I think he's inaccurate.
I think he's
Chris
inaccurate
St.
too
James
because here's the thing, he's doing damage control.
Well, see, I think, this is the part that's going to be interesting. Is will the folks that have been crossed by him, will they come together?
There's that open door. So yes, it's gonna come out. Just like with Bill Cosby. And now they said they got another little girl, that's a grown woman, that's saying that, he came after her too. Okay. Well, see, this one particular young man that came out, there's gonna be others that are gonna fall out into that spot as well. You see what I'm saying? It's like all you need is one, and the rest will follow. So he could do all the damage control, do all the he says they have already. What is he saying?
I guess he's saying that his enemies have already come together.
But you made those enemies. I mean, Christopher, if you think about it, he made those enemies. He made those enemies with you. He made enemies with everyone. Again, the same way those people, and Kim Burrell went on a Tamron Hall show, and she said that she was upset because Yolanda Adams told her that she just, she couldn't be associated with her. Okay, well, what make you think these other folks ain't gonna want to be associated with Larry? He's got a big enough platform now that it's getting around. So, yes, I do. I believe all those ministers. I believe all those folks that he claims that, they got my back. They finna turn on his ass. I believe they finna turn on his ass, and I believe they turning on his ass. I believe to my spirit. They had. Here's the thing: you'll never know who's saying what and why until until you clean up the dust off the floor.
Until it unfolds. See, that's the part that I'm curious to see. I'm curious to see now that you have a name and a face that has gone public. I'm curious to see. See, all of them was able to skate and say, oh, they're just allegations. Oh, all of that. That's what the excuse that they was able to make. Now you're not able to make that excuse.
No, because that young man was very, very firm in what he felt. He came right out to the table. He told it all. And do I believe there are going to be others to come forward? And Carlton Pearson, I think the church is just starting to really kind of fool with you again. I don't think he wants to risk that opening that he's got in behind Larry. You get where I'm coming from? Bernard Jordan. I don't think You know, because see, folks gonna start calling him. Did you know that this boy was messing with little boys? Well, was you messing with little boys? Or was you messing with him? Was he messing with you? See, people gonna start questioning your relationship with that person. So the more exposure that it gets, yes, it's gonna be a problem. It's gonna become a problem. Just like that guy that I can't think of his name. He real ugly. Ugly as fuck. Look like he got a rash on his face. He's always talking about you in different ones.
Who, Earl Carter?
There's a okay. Well, you do know ain't nobody in the church fucking with his ass either. You see, they're split from your ass because see, they upset with him about bringing Andrew out.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Now I remember when that happened because it made it back to it made it back to Texas before any of the pastors came home. They didn't even know what was going on. It was all on the internet. I like women's. I'm a change man. They all of them put money in his hands and all this, that, and other. I'm like, wait a minute, what? Hold on. And yes, just like me and everybody, yeah, we want to see who is this motherfucker. And kind of found out they didn't pay his bitch ass to get up the same way. They told him, well, they gave me money to get up there and say this, that, and the other, and so forth and the third. Yeah. That's tell off on your ass. And they turned on his ass. They turned on it. They brought him to the floor. I remember that big as day because Bishop Blake had some words about that. He says, I was not here. We don't condone that type of activity and all that other stuff. Like, yeah. Do I think that it's going to negatively affect him? Hell yeah, I believe that shit's going to affect him. I don't know if you call yourself being my friend and you fucking, you know, I find out you fucking little girls and little boys. Partner, we can't be friends no more. We're not going to be able to be friends no more. I mean, seriously. We're not going to be able to be
Because see, the
friends
thing
no more.
about it is people start associating you with that behavior as well.
There you go. And because, I mean, like I said, Carlton Pearson, and then you think about Kirk Franklin. I don't see Kirk putting up with no shit like that. He's got daughters and he's got a son. He's got a couple of sons. So, I mean, do I think that he's going to go along with that shit? No. I don't see it. I don't see it because, number one, his brain, they're already fucking with him about that bullshit he did with the goat. I'm like, what the hell is y'all talking about? What was he doing with the goat? And he was calling Jesus the greatest of all times. But the way he said it, the church took offense to it. Okay, so
we'll see in the New Testament, a goat represents the Antichrist.
Well, here's the deal. He already got enough issues. I don't believe to my spirit that he wants to add that extra bullshit to his. I don't see Kirk wanting to add that extra on his plate. I don't see any of them wanting to do it. None of them. Because it's getting out there. It's getting out there. Tasha K had a lawsuit with Cardi B. Okay. And fought. And although they say she lost, and you know they were talking about how she went to Africa or wherever. However, she went. Okay. Do I think this shit is gonna get better? No, it's gonna get worse. It's gonna get worse. I believe Tasha K is one of the ones that put it out there. She's got a large enough platform that is gonna spread like wildflower. It is. It's going to go from her. Then other bloggers who want to make that extra money, they're to pay to get all that dirt out. So yes, I believe this is the beginning of the end. My pops used to say you got to be careful how you dig a ditch for one person, because your stupid ass gonna fall in another. Now he didn't say stupid ass because pops don't cuss. I'm the cusser. Your dumb ass is gonna fall big enough because bitch, you next. You finna fall in that motherfucker too. So, yes, I do believe this is gonna negatively impact him. I do believe that all of the people that he associated himself with, they got to pull away from.
I will say this lady is giving me my entire life. I will be searching for her to try to find her. I also wanted to say thank you so much. I did get a Cash App. They did put no name. And I just wanted to say I appreciate you. I don't get Cash Apps that often, but when I do, if you all do not want me to say your name, just put in the Cash App no name, and then I won't say your name. But if you don't have a problem with your name being said, then you know, I usually will say the name just to show my appreciation. But I wanted to stop and say thank you because I looked on my phone and it was there. So we got a little bit more of this video to go. So I'm gonna go ahead and play that because I know I've kept y'all here so long. But yeah, this is, in the words of Kimmy, this is juicy.
From him. And I'm shocked at Dewey for paying that son of a bitch any kind of money. I'm gonna pay his ass shit. I mean, you know, it's nothing new for preachers to be fucking this, that, and the other. So why would I give you a dime of my money?
You sure enough did.
Yeah, well, you dumb in the motherfucker. I wouldn't have gave him shit. You tell whatever the fuck you want to. You got people that go to work, go to church with you and go, you supposed to got all these lawyers and all these. You got older members that could have helped you squash that situation already and ago. And you paid this motherfucker? Shit, I wouldn't have gave his ass shit. Tell it.
You talking good.
Tell it. Folks gonna talk about you anyway. Does it make sense to you? They'll talk about you anyway.
That's right.
They're gonna talk about you anyway. You know, who cares? Okay, you got a baby out of wedlock. Okay, and the girl was right there in the church. Okay, and well, do you know it might be 4 or 5 more other babies out there in the church? They mamas just ain't that stupid. Cause see, they gonna keep getting that little check.
That's it.
So what? I just don't see that it's gonna. I don't see he's gonna be victorious out of this. I really don't. I don't.
Well,
So I'm thinking, as far as you are concerned, you keep doing what you're doing. You keep doing what you're doing, and you know, I wouldn't change who I am.
I'm not, and I'm not. I want this to be known that I'm not jealous. I'm not vindictive. I just want to know the truth. I want to know what really went down, and did these things really, because with the same level that he has come after and reported is the same level that we need to go after and report on him. And I am so serious about it that I may have to go and stay there a couple of weeks.
Well, you can go and stay there a couple of weeks. You can stay there a month or two, and I guarantee you, it's fixing to all come out. It's fixing to all come out. Because I mean, you know, and I in this particular interval, I believe Daryl when he said that bastard took his ass back to wherever the fuck he from to do damage control, and the shit didn't work. It didn't work. So if you know, and Tasha may have enough clout, excuse my nails, clout, or maybe she did give him a little bit of money. Whatever the situation was, that person, like, okay, well, fuck it, I'm gonna go on and tell it. It's gonna be some more that's gonna come out and tell it. It's gonna be some.
Come forward, you all. Come forward.
It's gonna be some more, just like they did. What's the little ugly, oily black man, the one I was telling you about, like he had a rash on his face? What the more thick ass coke bottle glasses? That motherfucker.
Earl Carter, that's so infatuated with me.
Baby, he is ugly from the back. I think he want to suck your
motor oil.
I know, but I think he want to suck your mule.
Oh,
I wouldn't give him. I wouldn't even let him look at the tip. Anybody that accepts, I really wouldn't. I wouldn't let him look at the tip.
You so terrible.
Woo, baby, I wouldn't let him look at the tip. Shit, that motherfucker ugly as hell. And usually, you know, my big mom used to say, baby, when they sitting up talking about you, it's because they want to be you. And
he's what we call ugly as homemade sin.
no, sin don't look that bad. That motherfucker, that's fucked up. That's what you call root ugly. That's from the rut. That means you came out your daddy's nuts that goddamn ugly. I want to know who is your daddy. I want to know who the fuck is your daddy. Or
who is responsible for you?
Is the person they saying is your daddy? Because I think that motherfucker was a stability baby. You know what a stability baby is? Can't you come over here and help me pay my light bill? And y'all going on cause and watch this pot, cause I gotta go see a man about a horse. That's what that is. I think your mama was selling your mama had to sell some pussy to pay some bills, and your ugly ass was the result of it. It's a whole lot of stability babies running around here. Hell, I got quite a few in my family. They're stability babies. I told one little girl, shit, she come crying and hollering, talking about she didn't know that my cousin wasn't her dad. I'm like, well, hell, I don't know why, because everybody else knew. Shit. Yeah, but she was like us, but, you know, my big mama's like this right here. If you didn't been down there to the pear tree eating all the pears, then your monkey ass, it might just be your baby. Just bring them on in. And we just never turned them away. That's my family. But as a result, yeah, I think Larry has stuck his foot in some shit, and it's smeared, and he in some trouble.
And what you call is not this guy Whitehead is relentless.
He can be relentless all he wants to be, but I go back to what I said in the first place. Ain't no way in fucking hell you gonna screw my mama out of $90,000. I don't blame that boy. I sent some folks in there to get my mama money too. Why would they go after anybody else in the Sunday school class? They want you. See, that's old school. That's old school. That's old school. Kick your ass when they come for you. They ain't come for nobody else. They came for you.
That's it.
Yeah. So yeah, that was inside. Yeah, I would tell the police everything they want to know to keep from being being prosecuted. Y'all show.
That's right. And they probably got immunity.
Yeah, that's what he did. And did he get to keep that money? Hell yeah, I bet his mama got all her money back.
Mm-hmm.
I don't blame him.
I believe Pauline.
Shit, Pauline.
Rashid.
She wasn't playing. She done got on Rashid's ass and told Rashid, motherfucker, if you don't give me my goddamn money, I'll have to break loose. Ain't no way in hell you would have got over my mama.
And he didn't. Well, mama, I'm going to get off here, baby. My battery is worn out. And I'm talking about the battery in me.
I know you tired, baby. I know you tired.
Honey.
I'm sure that, honey, you got to really have your battery charged to deal with us Texas folks. Because we fucked up. We fucked up for real.
Well, baby, we're going to come on tomorrow and we're going to stay on this. We're going to investigate this because...
Yeah, like I said, I see this shit going to TMZ. I see Antoine. I see the rest of them. I think this shit gonna blow up. It ain't gonna blow up in a good way.
And the thing about it is, it's when they come together.
Oh, they already together. Cause you talked about Kirk. Kirk is from here. And I tell everybody, who you don't want to make mad is Houston and the DFW Dallas-Fort Worth area. Cause when we get mad, it's over for you, baby.
And see, y'all like to kill in Dallas.
Yeah, we will invite you over and do some nice things for you. Matter of fact, your hat and your ID may make it to the hospital before you do. And the Bible does say your sins will truly find you out.
They will find you out, baby.
So,
your sins will find you out.
Cause I mean, I saw the little video he had on where the mom and the daddy was talking about the molestation and how good of a kid he was and how this and that. Okay, nigga, you doing damage control, but that's not gonna help the situation. You still touch someone else's child.
Right. No matter who touched you.
Okay, you don't go back and do the same thing to some damn body else. Cause
That's it.
someone did it to you. Now whitehead talking about I'm gonna sue them, I'm gonna sue them. Motherfucker, if you would have took my mama's money, it wouldn't. I don't give a fuck about you being from the streets. Rashid had some street niggas come after your ass. That would have been a whole damn war. And the police is one downstairs, not police. Police is one downstairs for no reason.
That's it.
Your ass did some shit and been doing some shit. They been watching your ass. Shit. I don't think Perlene was the only one you stole money from. You been doing some shit just like you did that. Who was it? The senator or whatever the person was on the city? Yeah, that's some bullshit. Yeah, you did some shit. They set your ass up. And if I was his wife, I hope she's listening. Bitch, whatever kind of dick he got, it's somebody else out here with a bigger dick that know how to fuck and lick you and do some things for you. Take your baby and go on. Take your baby and go on. Don't even worry about no child support. Get you one of them.
I cannot holler in this hotel like I want to.
Listen, take your baby and get you one of them new and upcoming drug dealers or one that's on his way out of prison, since that's what you like. And let them adopt your baby and go on about your business. Cause that motherfucker there, baby.
But no matter what happened with him, he is hell bent on taking Larry down.
He can take the president of the United States down if he wants to, and that's gonna be unsuccessful. But if you're gonna take Larry down, Larry's coming down on his own. But as far as he is concerned, oh no, motherfucker, you got me fucked up. Bitch, if the feds came and knocked on my motherfucking door and told me to tell it, I'm gonna tell on him, his dead mama, and his dad, and his granddaddy, and every damn body else too. And if the feds look good like Bubba on in the heat of the night, I'm gonna give him some pussy too. Now, how about that? Run tell that.
We are going it off here now.
Well,
Baby, this thing is ending in about a minute or two, but I gotta back that up because she said, hold up, y'all didn't hear what she just said. Let me back this thing up 1 second. Hold on. This a bad bitch right here. And I'm listening to this really for the first time because I was listening as I was doing what I had to do or whatever, getting ready for the show or whatever. So I had only listened to like the first hour. So I'm just hearing this right here for the first time. I heard a little bit of her talking about the stuff she was saying, but I hadn't made it this far in the damn video. This lady is a hoot and a goddamn holler. Let me play this one more again. We got about like 2-3 minutes of this video and that's going to be over. Let's go.
Saw the little video he had on where the mom and the daddy was talking about the molestation and how good of a kid he was and how this and that. Okay, nigga, you doing damage control, but that's not gonna help the situation. You still touch someone else's child.
Right. No matter who touched you.
Okay, you don't go back and do the same thing to some damn body else. Cause
that's it.
Someone did it to you. Now whitehead talking about I'm gonna sue them, I'm gonna sue them. Motherfucker, if you would have took my mama's money, it wouldn't. I don't give a fuck about you being from the streets. Rashid had some street niggas come after your ass. That would have been a whole damn war. And the police is one downstairs, not police. Police is one downstairs for no reason.
That's it.
Your ass did some shit and been doing some shit. They been watching your ass. Shit, I don't think Perlene was the only one you stole money from. You been doing some shit just like you did that. Who was it? The senator or whatever the person was on the city? Yeah, that's some bullshit. Yeah, you did some shit. They set your ass up. And if I was his wife, I hope she's listening. Bitch, whatever kind of dick he got, it's somebody else out here with a bigger dick that know how to fuck and lick you and do some things for you. Take your baby and go on. Take your baby ain't going on. Don't even worry about no child support. Get you one of them
I cannot holler in this hotel like I want to.
Listen. Take your baby and get you one of them new and upcoming drug dealers or one that's on his way out of prison, since that's what you like, and let them adopt your baby and go on about your business. Cause that motherfucker there, baby.
But no matter what happened with him, he is hell bent on taking Larry down.
He can take the president of the United States down if you want to, and that's gonna be unsuccessful. But if you're gonna take Larry down, Larry's coming down on his own. But as far as he is concerned, oh, no, motherfucker, you got me fucked up. Bitch, if the feds came and knocked on my motherfucking door and told me to tell it, I'm gonna tell on him, his dad, mama, and his dad, and his granddaddy, and every damn body else too. And if the feds look good like Bubba on in the heat of the night, I'm gonna give him some pussy too. Now, how about that? Run tell that.
We are going it off here now.
Well,
because I cannot holler in this hotel the way I want to.
If he's looking, I would advise your stupid ass, get your damn baby, get one of them mock DNA tests. You know,
and see, that's the thing. Like Genesis Warren, she was so concerned about posting a picture. Now, you asked me for a picture at one of our conventions, and then you concerned about posting a picture with me saying, "Oh, I'm so controversial and blah blah blah." But you post pictures with Larry. Now it's gonna come out that he in fact is or was a child molester. Please.
Now it ain't you was a child molester, you is a child molester, and some more folks gonna come out too. So I take a picture with you and put it all over my page. I don't give a damn. Hell, as much shit as I keep my ass into, I don't give a damn. You
yeah, but I was just, but that was her excuse.
You can't tell me what to put on and put off on my page. That's the first thing. Number two, you can't tell me who to be friends with and who not to be friends with. You can recommend.
I just couldn't believe that she had an issue. But see, that's the thing. See, now all of that, that's where I'm like how I was saying to you before. I want to see what the great falling away gonna be. But we're gonna come back tomorrow and discuss it some more tomorrow. I'm gonna give me some rest.
Well, get you some rest, because like I tell you, baby, us Texas folks, we'll wear the shit out of your ass.
That's all right.
That's okay.
That's all right. I'm here for it.
Listen here, sweetie. If any of them hoes want to pay you for some dick, take it. Just half fuck them motherfuckers. I don't give a damn who it is. Half fuck them. Get that money. I mean, I got to tell you, like I told my boy went out of town. He told me, I'm going to see my girl. People, look, boy, if Aunt Pookie want to give you some pussy on the cool, get that money, half fuck that bitch and tell your ass. So I'm going to tell you now, get the motherfucking money first, because I told boy, you know you got a long wide dick. Your daddy had one. Still got one, I'm sure, but hell, we ain't together. Your stepdad's dick bigger and longer than your daddy's, but I'm going to tell you now, ain't wider. So I'm going to tell you now, you get the motherfucking money first. So while you down there, they try to sneak up to you and want to get a little feel. Tell them motherfuckers give you some goddamn money. That's what that is. Of course, we gonna send you some money too, but still, on the same token, since they here and they trying to get out close and rub and kiss and tell the bitches to give you some damn money, shit. Cause they up in the room sucking and fucking everything they can is in-house, so I don't see why they can't pay you to suck and lick on you, shit. Yeah, it shouldn't be no problem. Fair robber, no shame.
Mother, I am gone.
I'm just saying when you in them, like, cause you know ain't nothing like a church hoe. See, a church hoe will walk up to you and grab you.
It's 2 o'clock.
Just try to let them hoes grab you on the ass and turn around and tell that bitch, now that's $500 and I want some my money. I'ma start screaming because bitch down here scared of the police. They'll put your ass in jail in a minute. Get that money. Let them hoes touch on you, man, and get that money out them hoes. You ain't got to fuck them. Just half fuck them. Just show them your dick. That's all you got to do. That's all they want to do is run back and tell it.
Good night.
Good night, baby. I love you. I'll talk to you tomorrow.
I love you too.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Oh my God, mother is she is a riot. She is a riot. Y'all, I am beat. We're gonna be discussing this. We're gonna be dealing with it. We're gonna be examining it in full detail. I think I think it's I think I think it's I think it's good. I think it needs to be examined, and I think it needs to be properly covered and attention brought to it. Anyway, I want to thank all of y'all. My Cash App and my Zelle is down here. I need and want your support, and we're gonna do some investigative reporting. It's gonna cost some money, but I think this has gotten to the degree.
Okay, I'm not about to promote all of that, but is that what it costs now? It costs money to do investigative reporting. I hear you. Listen, we covered so much tonight, and it's almost 4 hours, and I am so tired. I was out today. I was like, I'm gonna buy one outfit, right? Child, you should see all the stuff that I bought. That's why I got so much stuff in this house. But I'm going to put that, like what I did when I was out shopping today at the mall and stuff. I'm gonna put that into a vlog that will probably come out probably like next month. The vlog will come out or whatever. I think I pretty much covered everything. I might have left some stuff out just because I was out later than what I had anticipated. So I kind of was like, let me just gather this and let me just come on because, I did schedule a live. I told you guys I was going to be coming live. I may come back. Well, I know Friday I'm going to go get my hair washed. So I may come back like Saturday unless you guys see me on somebody else's channel. But also too, let me show y'all this real quick. I know this ain't got nothing to do with the topic, but I'm reminding myself that I did not drink this for like 2 days now, right? And suddenly I'm feeling sick again. And when I was out today, suddenly I felt something and it was blood everywhere. Okay. So make sure that y'all get some of this. I have the first 2 bottles here at home, the ginger and lemon, and then the honey and green tea. So make sure y'all get that just to keep your immune system up, to try to get, to keep out these viruses and stuff like that that's going on. But I think because today I was out around a whole lot of people, I'm feeling like stuffy and sick all over again. So I thank you guys so much for hanging out with me tonight. I truly appreciate my moderators for being here, for doing all that you all do. I appreciate those who support me, regardless of what I'm talking about, whether I'm talking about, mess or I'm talking about real life stuff. And I think for me, this is not about clicks and views. This situation does not sit well with me at all. It literally is troubling to my spirit, my everything. And I'm going to follow this case all the way out because I want to see what's going to become of it. What's going to come out of it. That's what I want to see. And what I wanted to say, because I think this is the one thing that I didn't get a chance to say, is I understand that Lavontraye was in a situation, him and his mother was homeless, and this is what I actually told somebody even earlier today, prostitution is the oldest, job in the book. There's no way in the world that I'm leaving my child with anybody due to whatever life circumstance. I'd rather go out here and sell some drugs and sell some pussy at the same goddamn time. It's better that you sell your own body before you go out here and sell your children. And when you're leaving your kids with other people and they're quote unquote taking care of your kids for you and they buying them clothing, which Larry said that he did, and you're telling them how to have their hair and you're doing all of this other stuff, you're basically prostituting your children. It is not normal for somebody to just suddenly want to take your kids in and do all of these things for them. And as he said, when his ex-wife was talking, every time she was trying to pretty much lie for him, he kept on checking her and correcting her, saying, no, I was with them alone and they did come in the room when this and that. And I'm like, do you hear yourself? You're not helping yourself. Now, I don't know if Jay Wilson is still live or not. Let me see if he's live or if he's still live. Nope. Wait, yes, he is. Okay, yeah. So Jay Wilson is live right now. I don't know if y'all want to go ahead and let me grab his link. If y'all want to go ahead and continue the party over there, but I'm definitely going to I'm going to definitely click off, you know, even though he set up a goddamn Kmart next to my goddamn Walmart, but I ain't mad at all. You know, people will take that and try to twist it around to something different, but let me see if I can pin it. Okay, replace pin comment. Okay, so his link is pinned in the comment section. I'm going to leave out with some music. And like I said, I may be back over the weekend, or you guys will see me somewhere in the streets, and you never know. I'm always quick to click a Jay Wilson link, so y'all might be seeing me on the live over there. So I'm going to leave out with some music. I love you all so much. And like I said, mothers, I know it's, especially single parents, it's not easy. Even when you married, you still a single parent, if you ask me, because everything falls on the mother. Everything falls on the woman. We carry the weight of the world. Even when we don't have to, we still do it because that's just who we are. But you have a responsibility to your children to protect them. Once their innocence has been taken, there's nothing in this world. There's not enough therapy. There's not enough medication. There's not enough prayer that you can do to give them their innocence back. Do not just be leaving your kids with anybody. I don't care if it's the pastor, the bishop, or whoever. So how y'all want to do this? Y'all want to leave out with some go-go, or y'all want to leave out with y'all fantasy song? Because every time I play a different song, y'all be like, nope, I want that song. So what song y'all want? Y'all want the go-go? First person? You said wrong link. That is his link. What you talking about? I still have his link open right now. Hold on, let me see. Yeah, this is definitely the link. Hold on, y'all. Unless it's somehow... Okay, no, he's still live right now. So, sister, I don't know where you went to. Hold on, let me... All right, so here's his link right here. All right, so let me replace... Okay, replace pin message. There we go. So there you go right there. So hold on. Y'all want fantasy? All right, so we're gonna go with fantasy. Okay. I will see you guys over the weekend. And you guys make sure y'all have an amazing day on purpose. And at the end of the day, I know a lot of this stuff is heavy, but just pray on it, pray for the victims. And even if not, you don't think this man is the victim, pray for the other victims out here, because there are victims out here for real. All right. Good night.
But if I your body, girl, I don't mind. Cause not only you, they my mind, oh. Girl, you too fine, go light, I lie. Me, I know they lie, oh. See, not only you, they my head, oh. Yeah, only you, they my head, oh. See, now you, they cause confusion in my head, yeah. Me, I know they lie, you're my fantasy. You're my fantasy.
So, sister, are you playing with me? You made me stop my music. It's supposed to take you to Jay Wilson's. Jay Wilson is live. So I dropped his link, and I'm telling y'all to go over to Jay Wilson's channel because he's live. I'm about to head over to his channel right now. So the link is supposed to lead you to his channel. That's where we're all going for the after party. Okay. All right. Back to the music.
But if I your body, girl, I don't mind. Cause not only you, they my mind, oh. Girl, you too fine, go light, I lie. Me, I know they lie, oh. See, not only you, they my head, oh. Yeah, only you, they my head, oh. See, now you, they cause confusion. confusion in my head. Yeah, me I know the lie, you're my fantasy. You're my fantasy. Only you in my head. Only you in my head. See now you the cause commotion in my head. Me I know the lie, you're my fantasy. Going on inside. Is this reality? Oh yeah, cause I don't wanna wake up from this dream. Them say something must kill a man. Oh, nah, nah, nah. But if not your body, girl, I don't mind. Oh yeah, cause not only you in my mind, oh. Yeah, yeah. See you to find me, I know the liar. See now only you in my head, oh. Yeah, only you in my head, oh. See now you the cause confusion in my head, oh. Yeah, me I know the liar, my me I know the liar. Only you in my head, only you in my head, oh. See now you the cause commotion in my head, oh. Yeah, me I know the liar, my fantasy. See now only you in my head, only you in my head, oh. See now you the cause confusion in my head, oh. Me I know the lie, I know the lie. Only you in my head, oh. Yeah, only you in my head, oh. See now you the cause commotion in my head, oh. Me I know the lie of my fantasy.